Chapter 852. Xingfeng said, "It's not moving. It's just a rock. It looks like a bird. Oh, it's really a bird." Lei Xingfeng said, "Damn, it's flying. How can it be so big?" It was a giant bird with 3 pairs of wings. Its body was extremely long, probably more than 1,000 meters. Among the 3 pairs of wings, the front pair was the smallest, but its wingspan was still a few hundred meters wide. The last pair of wings was even bigger, its wingspan was even longer than its body. The 2 of them were more than 10 kilometers away from that strange giant bird. When that giant bird flew up, they could hear the sound of its wings flapping even from such a distance. Sand and pebbles were sent flying. As the giant bird took flight, clouds of dust rose into the air. Then, its huge body began to leave the ground. Xingfeng said, "This place. How can such a big bird grow?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Regardless of why it's so big, we just don't provoke it. Let's wait for it to fly over, then we'll leave." As he said this, he landed. Xingfeng agreed and said, "I think so too." He also landed on the ground. Then, they saw that giant bird begin to sweep across the sky. Every time it flapped its wings, it would let out a thunderous sound. Lei Xingfeng said, "It shouldn't be a star beast, right?" Xingfeng said, "It's hard to say. However, I've never seen a star beast like this. It's just, if this thing isn't a star beast, then what is it?" Lei Xingfeng said, "That's true. The biggest mutated beast I've ever seen is a star beast. If this thing can leave this continent, then it should be a star beast. Oh, that makes sense. It's not locally produced. It must have flown here from somewhere else." Xingfeng was a little confused. This place is probably close to the outside world. I've never seen such a huge bird in outer space. Maybe it's a star beast. The 2 of them had already retracted their true forms when they arrived at the teleportation array. If they revealed their true forms, they would be too big of a target. Although they weren't afraid of the giant bird's attack, they didn't want to complicate matters. They were in a hurry, not here to fight. Moreover, the 2 of them weren't confident in winning against such a giant bird. That huge bird didn't fly towards them. Instead, it hovered in the air for a while before flying away. After waiting for a few minutes, that huge bird became as small as an ant. Lei Xingfeng and Xingfeng knew that they were safe now. Only then did the 2 of them fly up again and search ahead. Soon, the 2 of them flew to the place where the giant bird had stopped. There was a huge pit there, hundreds of meters deep, and there was water at the bottom. However, the water was evaporating rapidly, and there was only a thin layer left. When the 2 of them flew above the pit, the water had almost completely evaporated. Xingfeng said, "He's actually here to drink water. You're quite capable. You can even find a water source here." Lei Xingfeng said, "So there is underground water here. This bird is really something. I thought there was no water here at all." The 2 of them chatted and laughed as they continued to fly forward. Lei Xingfeng would occasionally look up. Because of the huge bird's size, he could still see its shadow in the sky, even if it was very small. This meant that the giant bird was very far away from the continent. If its body was so huge, he wouldn't be able to see it anymore. Xingfeng said, "What are you looking at?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Look at that bird. It's really huge. I just don't know how strong it is." Xingfeng said, "It's definitely not weak. As the saying goes, one's strength is not a disadvantage." There was no need to test the strength of such a huge bird-shaped monster. It wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could deal with. Soon, Lei Xingfeng couldn't see that huge bird anymore. Xingfeng said, "Don't look. Let's find the teleportation array." Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't think it's too far away. I think we'll reach it after flying for a while." Xingfeng said, "How do you know?" Lei Xingfeng said with a smile, "I just need to guess. It's mainly determined by the characteristics of restrictions." Then he added another sentence. Xingfeng almost vomited blood when he heard this. "Yes, it's the characteristics of spatial restrictions. I don't think you'll understand." Xing Feng said, "Hey! A Feng, you're looking down on me." Lei Xingfeng said with a smile, "How can I look down on you? But you really don't understand." Xing Feng said gloomily, "There are many cultivators who don't understand. I'm not the only one. Really, A Feng, you're making me uncomfortable." Lei Xingfeng said, "There's nothing I can do about it. If you want to understand, then work hard to learn restrictions. What do you think? Do you want to learn? If you want, I'll teach you." Xing Feng was even more annoyed. This was blatant disdain. He said gloomily, "Forget it. I won't talk to you anymore. How can I learn restrictions?" Lei Xingfeng said with a smile, "You can't blame me. I said that if you want to learn, I can teach you. Once you learn, you'll understand everything. If you don't want to learn, who's to blame?" Xing Feng said, "You're ruthless. You know I can't learn it. It requires talent. I don't have any talent. How can I learn it?" Anyway, he didn't want to learn. No matter what Lei Xingfeng said, he wouldn't learn. According to him, he didn't even have time to cultivate. Why should he learn restrictions? However, Xing Feng didn't know that if he understood the restrictions in the seal, his cultivation progress would be completely different. It was just that he didn't understand this principle at all. Lei Xingfeng also didn't think of telling him. If he didn't know the most important point, how could Xing Feng learn restrictions? These things weren't easy to learn. He had to start from scratch. Who knew how much effort and time it would take? Actually, Lei Xingfeng had learned restrictions by chance. He always vaguely felt that restrictions were magical, so he couldn't help but learn. As he learned more, he gradually became obsessed and didn't find it difficult. Especially when he saw the practical benefits of learning restrictions, he worked even harder. When Lei Xingfeng realized that the restrictions in Lei Yin's seal were actually self-generated and grew naturally, he understood how the restrictions outside came about. They were learning from the restrictions in his seal. However, it was very difficult to realize this if one hadn't reached the monarch realm. As for the Tao Saint realm, he was very clear. Restrictions were the foundation of the seal, and the power of the seal was completely reflected by the real body. The core of the seal was brought about by restrictions. Xing Feng didn't know that he had missed an extremely good opportunity. If he wanted to perform well in the Tao Saint realm, there was a huge difference between learning restrictions and not learning restrictions. It was a pity that he didn't know. Lei Xingfeng didn't say anything more. The two of them quickly flew forward. During this time, Lei Xingfeng even looked around to see if there were any mines on the ground. This was a habit of his. It was a pity that there weren't any useful materials here. "What a poor place!" Xing Feng asked, "What's wrong?" Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "There aren't any materials here. However, this is also right. There are teleportation formations here. If there are good things here, it is inevitable that many people will come and affect the teleportation restrictions." Xing Feng was about to speak when he saw a piece of land in the distance. He pointed there and said, Is that? Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "It is really in a straight line." "That's right. I believe it is." The two of them increased their speed. In a short while, the two of them arrived at the edge of the land. Xing Feng asked, "Are there restrictions here?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Of course there are restrictions. This restriction is quite strong." Xing Feng asked, "How strong? Can it block the giant bird we saw earlier?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Yes. This restriction isn't a killing restriction. It is a spatial restriction." Xing Feng asked, "What do you mean?" Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. He looked at Xing Feng and said, "Don't be angry even if I tell you. You don't understand." Although Xing Feng wasn't angry, he still stomped his feet and said, You are looking down on me again?" Lei Xingfeng didn't know what to do. He said, "It's true. If I say spatial restriction, then let's talk about spatial displacement. Do you know anything about spatial displacement?" Xing Feng was annoyed and said, "Forget it. I don't know anything about spatial displacement." Lei Xingfeng laughed. Xing Feng was finally forced to admit that he didn't know anything about spatial displacement. Xing Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, it's not embarrassing even if you don't know anything about spatial displacement. Most cultivators don't know anything about spatial displacement." Lei Xingfeng said, "That's true. Among the people I know, not many are interested in restrictions." Xing Feng's mood instantly improved. He said, "That's right. Among the people I know, no one likes restrictions. You are an exception. You are a big surprise." Actually, if Lei Xingfeng hadn't met Xing Feng, it would have been difficult for him to reach the Monarch realm, much less the Dao Saint realm. This was his luck and Xing Feng's luck. Lei Xingfeng brought Xing Feng and entered the restriction skillfully. There was also a path here. Others might have some tricks, but Lei Xingfeng didn't need them. He just needed to take a look to know where this path was. When they reached the platform, Lei Xingfeng observed it and said, "Strange. There is a very small teleportation restriction. It points to a specific direction. We don't even need to release our real bodies. We can go there directly. Do we leave now?" Xing Feng was a little disappointed and said, "We don't need to release our real bodies?" He couldn't wait to release his real bodies. Lei Xingfeng said, "Yes. This teleportation formation is very normal. It's not the special kind. The distance it can teleport is not very far. It is similar to the large teleportation gates where we come from." Xing Feng said, "I see. That's strange. The teleportation here seems to be different from where we come from." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "There is indeed a difference. The restrictions are all different. The understanding of restrictions here is much better than where we come from." Xing Feng said, "Stronger than where we come from?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Of course. With our attitude towards restrictions, how can they be strong?" Xing Feng said, "I don't believe it. There are so many restrictions in the fantasy sky realm. How can they not be strong?" Lei Xingfeng sneered and said, "They are not man-made. Self-generated restrictions and man-made restrictions are different." Chapter 853. Xing Feng was very thick-skinned. He said, "Who knows what self-destruction is? Let's not bother you. Let's go." Lei Xingfeng smiled. "All right." He reached out to activate the restriction. Xing Feng was envious. He was still rejoicing in his heart. If not for Lei Xingfeng, he probably would have died in the first step, not to mention the rest of the process. This was probably the real reason why no one in the outer realm could go to the outer realm. One had to be at the Dao Sage level and have profound restriction abilities. Such a person also had to want to go to the outer realm. Otherwise, they would not have activated the teleportation restriction here. In all these years, only Xian Feng and Xing Feng had been able to meet so many conditions to be able to leave the outer realm starry sky. Perhaps many, many years ago, someone from the outer realm had left. However, Lei Xingfeng and Xing Feng believed that no one had left in the past few hundred years. The two of them were suddenly teleported out. This time the speed was really fast. Lei Xingfeng felt that it would not take more than 2 minutes. Compared to the original large-scale teleportation door, this was considered an ultra-long-distance teleportation. Everything was chaotic. Their surroundings were shaking violently. 2 minutes, or perhaps just 2 minutes, Lei Xingfeng and Xing Feng stood on a platform. Lei Xingfeng smiled. "All right, another platform. Oh, let me see. What kind of restriction is this?" Xing Feng did not recognize the restriction and could only stand aside and wait. It was another double restriction. This meant that this restriction could only teleport them back and forth. There was no other use. This also meant that Lei Xingfeng and Xing Feng had to find another teleportation restriction. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. "Let's go and find another teleportation restriction." Xing Feng was very unhappy. "Again? All right, I admit it." He had no choice but to admit it. He would be stupid to stay here. Thus, he could only follow Lei Xingfeng to find another restriction. Xing Feng sighed and said, "This is tiring." Lei Xingfeng said, "Stop complaining. Let's go." Walking out of the platform, Lei Xingfeng and Xing Feng were overjoyed. This was because the teleportation array was right beside them. Even Xing Feng had seen it and recognized it. As for the surrounding environment, the two of them directly ignored it. When the two of them arrived in front of him, Xing Feng was dumbfounded. He asked, "Is this a teleportation array?" Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Yes, but it's a little troublesome." This teleportation array had two levels. One was on the high platform, and the side of the high platform had a large depression about 20 meters deep. It was also a teleportation array. Seeing two teleportation arrays, Lei Xingfeng was stunned. Which teleportation array should he use? If he made a mistake, the consequences would be very serious. Lei Xingfeng said, "Of these two teleportation portals, one is for short-distance teleportation, and it's one way. Once you go there, you won't be able to come back. The other one is... oh, it requires the real body to teleport. Old Xing, which one do you choose?" Xing Feng said, "There's a one-way restriction. Can we come back using the secret door?" Lei Xingfeng said, "No. Even if it's short-distance teleportation, our secret door can't reach it." Xing Feng said, "Ah? If we go there, we won't be able to come back. Then don't choose." His meaning was clear. If they went there, they wouldn't be able to come back. What was the point of going there? They would definitely choose the other one. Xian Feng was slightly hesitant. Actually, he could have come back using the mirror world, but he didn't want to give up on Xing Feng. To go to the outside world without a companion, going alone, he felt a little scared. Lei Xingfeng agreed with Xing Feng's point. He said, "Okay, then let's go down this teleportation array." Then he jumped down. Xing Feng followed. The two of them released their real bodies at the same time. Lei Xingfeng smiled. "We can use the pressure to cultivate again." Xing Feng nodded and said, "That's not bad. It's not easy to use this to cultivate." Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's go." Then he started to activate the restriction. In the blink of an eye, the enormous pressure caused the two of them to be unable to move. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. Xing Feng was shocked because the pressure this time was obviously higher than when they came out. Moreover, it was still increasing. Lei Xingfeng also felt that something was wrong. However, since they were already here, there was nothing to regret. He used the pressure to make Lei Yin start to create restrictions. This was a reverse process. Every time the real body was compressed, Lei Yin would output a large amount of energy. If it was too late, Lei Yin would increase the number of restrictions. One round trip was the output of energy, the feedback of pressure, and the creation of restrictions. One round trip could create dozens or even dozens of new restrictions. There would be one or two useless restrictions. Lei Xingfeng would deliberately stop them from growing and force them to become useful restrictions. He could already do this with the help of the Thunder spiritual item and Lil Sky. Xing Feng couldn't do anything. He didn't have the power to affect the new formation in his fire seal. He could only try to strengthen it. He needed to provide materials and energy to make the formation grow. This time, the pressure was a little abnormal. Moreover, the pressure was increasing. The most important thing was that the pressure didn't stay still. It was increasing constantly. If it was increasing slowly, it would be fine. However, it was increasing at a very fast speed. Xing Feng was so nervous that he was about to explode. The pressure made it impossible for him to adjust. Going back and forth, it was originally a very rhythmic adjustment. Now that the pressure was increasing, it was transmitted back to the seal. Then, according to the pressure, the seal would input the appropriate amount of energy to support it. However, the feedback wasn't in time, so the real body started to be compressed. Originally, the real body was more than 200 meters tall. After a period of time, the real body was compressed to more than 130 meters, and it was still shrinking. Xianfeng made a hand gesture and Xingfeng nodded. The two of them had been in sync for a long time and could easily understand each other's thoughts. Xianfeng's intention was clear. He wanted to use this chance to forcefully increase his strength and activate the seal. Xingfeng clenched his teeth and began to increase the amount of energy he poured into the seal. Moreover, what he gave were all good things, stalagmites. After racking his brains, he took out all the stalagmites in his hidden Luan space and sent them into the seal. Xingfeng was going all out. If he couldn't withstand it, he would lose his life. What was the point of keeping the stalagmites? Lei Xingfeng also threw in a large amount of stalagmite. Moreover, they were all high-quality ones. He didn't want to use high-quality ones. These things were very hard to replenish. He had plenty of high-quality stalagmites in his hidden Luan space. As for the normal ones, he threw them all into the mirror world. His hidden Luan space couldn't store them. The two's strength began to increase rapidly. Finally, the real body stopped shrinking and temporarily maintained a balance. In other words, the speed of the restrictions in the seal and the pressure outside had reached the same level. Xingfeng's fire seal and Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin were both growing rapidly. The speed of restrictions was increasing. Xingfeng could still handle it, but Lei Xingfeng was a bit tired. This was because he had to get rid of the restrictions that he didn't need. Even so, Xianfeng's speed of creating restrictions had reached the level of 30 to 40 restrictions in a single round trip, and many of them had even started to combine. Once the restrictions were combined, they would form a compound restriction. This type of restriction was even stronger. This kind of cultivation speed was extremely fast, but it also had a huge drawback. That was the need for sufficient preparation. If the materials were insufficient, then this kind of rapid growth wouldn't be possible, or there would be a huge problem. However, Lei Xingfeng and Xingfeng both had large amounts of materials in their collection. This problem didn't exist. As the pressure increased, Xingfeng and Lei Xingfeng secretly complained. One had to know that the pressure of the teleportation space could increase indefinitely, but the two of them couldn't. The two of them didn't know how much the pressure would increase and how long it would take. The two of them could only bitterly hold on. The balance was broken again, and their real bodies were compressed again. In just a short moment, their real bodies were compressed to within 100 meters, and their seals were in an extremely tense state. Xingfeng's face revealed a panicked expression. Lei Xingfeng was still fine because he had a spatial fei. Xiao Kong was busy, and large amounts of spatial restrictions appeared in Lei Yin's body. At this moment, Lei Xingfeng was no longer able to suppress the spatial restrictions. In an instant, thousands of spatial restrictions appeared and quickly formed a compound restriction. Immediately after, they were fed back to the real body. Then, Xingfeng saw a frightening scene. Lei Xingfeng's real body suddenly expanded and returned to a height of nearly 200 meters. Lei Xingfeng felt Lei Yin's body relax, and he immediately understood that the spatial restrictions had taken effect. Xingfeng couldn't understand how Lei Xingfeng could withstand such a huge pressure. His real body was about to collapse. Suddenly, Lei Xingfeng's huge arm actually moved. Xingfeng was dumbfounded. It could actually move? He tried, but it didn't budge. Xingfeng was about to cry. Originally, everyone was in the same situation. He didn't expect Lei Xingfeng to break free from the pressure. Wasn't this asking for his life? Lei Xingfeng's real body finally raised its arm and placed it on Xingfeng's body. In an instant, Xingfeng felt his body lighten. That huge pressure was actually removed by Lei Xingfeng. He didn't know how Lei Xingfeng did it, but Xingfeng felt as though he had escaped from the gates of hell. He looked at Lei Xingfeng gratefully. At this moment, the two of them broke free from the spatial restriction. When they stepped on solid ground, the surrounding pressure suddenly disappeared. Both of them knew that they had arrived. After removing their real bodies, both of them had ugly expressions. Lei Xingfeng said, "So scary." Xingfeng said, "Feng, there's no need to thank me. Although I don't understand how you recovered, I know that my real body is about to collapse. Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, Actually, I'm also about to collapse. There are some reasons that I can't explain. However, I finally endured it. Xingfeng said, There's something wrong with this teleportation array. Why is it so scary? Lei Xingfeng said, I don't know. It's really scary. Xingfeng looked around and said, What the hell is this place? Chapter 854. Lei Xingfeng also started to pay attention to their surroundings. First, he checked the restrictions around them. The environment was not harmful to them. First, he had to make sure there were no restrictions around them and whether they would be a threat to them. Then, he started to observe the surroundings. However, the restrictions protecting the platform were no different from the previous platforms. The surrounding environment was rather peculiar. It was an isolated island surrounded by seawater, and the sea stretched as far as the eye could see in all directions. Then Lei Xingfeng was surprised. Xingfeng noticed Lei Xingfeng's strange expression and asked, What's wrong? Lei Xingfeng said, There are so many restrictions hidden in the sea. This is the first time I've seen so many restrictions in the water. Xingfeng said, I'm numb to restrictions. How should we go? Are they powerful? Lei Xingfeng said, There are restrictions 1 meter below the surface of the water. Above that, there are no restrictions. We can fly over. However, I don't know what's inside the restrictions. These words caused Xingfeng's eyes to shine. It had to be known that during the transmission, he had used up countless materials to replenish his fire seal. It was like a wealthy person suddenly becoming poor. This sort of embarrassment caused greed to appear in his heart for the first time. Why don't we go down and take a look? Lei Xingfeng said, Do you dare to go down? Xingfeng laughed and said, Of course you go down. I'll wait. Lei Xingfeng said, I see. Okay, I'll go down and take a look. It'll be great if there's something there. Even if there isn't, I won't lose anything. Actually, he also wanted to go down and take a look. Even if he couldn't get anything, the restrictions here seemed to be special. It would be good to learn. Xingfeng said, I'll wait for you at the edge of the platform. Lei Xingfeng said, Okay, wait for me here. He pointed to a place where the restrictions wouldn't affect him and asked him to sit and wait. Xingfeng sat down at the edge of the platform. In front of him was the passageway left behind by the restriction. As long as he paid attention to how Lei Xingfeng exited, he would be able to follow suit. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to leave. Lei Xingfeng came to the surface of the sea through the twisting restriction cracks, which was also the passage left behind. Silver light flickered in his eyes. Since he planned to go down and take a look, he had to observe first. Hovering a few meters above the sea, Lei Xingfeng carefully observed for a moment before jumping into the water. Xingfeng had been paying attention to Lei Xingfeng's movements. He saw him fall into the water with a splash and swim straight down, disappearing in an instant. He stared at the place where Lei Xingfeng disappeared in confusion and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, I didn't see what he was hiding from. Most of the restrictions in the sea were water-type restrictions. There were also very few spatial restrictions and some ice-type restrictions. However, these restrictions were quite complicated. The mechanism of their operation was a little different from that on land. This was also one of the reasons why Lei Xingfeng was interested in them. In the water, Lei Xingfeng could also use the spatial displacement skill. Any restriction nodes wandering in the water would be replaced as long as they touched him. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng wouldn't touch any restrictions. The restriction nodes here were urgent and dense. Moreover, they appeared in clusters. If it was before Lei Xingfeng had mastered the spatial restriction and obtained Shaokong, it would be very difficult for him to avoid these restriction nodes. Now, he didn't need to avoid them at all. He could just use the spatial restriction to replace them. No matter how many restriction nodes there were or how dense they were useless against him. As he dove down, Lei Xingfeng thought that there should be a lot of fish in the water. However, he didn't even find a small catfish. Instead, he found some transparent jellyfish-like objects floating in the water. They weren't big either. The biggest one was only the size of a fist, and the smallest one was the size of a red date. They were also emitting a faint light. At a glance, they were like stars in the sky. They were very beautiful. Lei Xingfeng noticed that when the restriction nodes encountered them, it was as if they didn't exist. They passed through them easily and didn't trigger any restrictions at all. Lei Xingfeng didn't know what these things were for. Perhaps they were materials for water-type cultivators. After collecting some as samples, Lei Xingfeng continued to dive down. Soon, Lei Xingfeng left the restriction range and came to the bottom of the sea. The current here was turbulent. Lei Xingfeng was able to withstand it at first, but he soon found that the strength of his main body wasn't enough. Especially when the pressure of the sea increased rapidly, his main body couldn't bear it anymore. Since he had left the restriction range, Lei Xingfeng immediately released Lei Yin. In an instant, his huge true body appeared, and his main body immediately relaxed. In the sea, due to the huge buoyancy, Lei Xingfeng's true body didn't feel as heavy as usual when he came out. He continued to dive down. The huge true body was like a huge submarine that rushed to the bottom of the sea. The surroundings became darker and darker. Soon it was pitch black. Lei Xingfeng released a ball of lightning and suspended it in front of his head. As he continued to dive, the lightning illuminated the surroundings. Then, he saw a group of snake-like sea creatures that were as thick as a finger and 1 meter long. This group of creatures swam around his huge true body once, but soon lost interest and left quietly. Lei Xingfeng didn't know how deep the sea was. However, he soon saw a cliff. It was a cliff at the bottom of the sea, and the sea below the cliff was even deeper. He began to hesitate whether to continue diving. Lei Xingfeng already felt a little pressure. If his true body could feel pressure, it meant that this place was very deep. However, how could he do it without any gains? Lei Xingfeng always believed that a thief would never leave empty-handed. No, it meant that if he paid the price, he had to reap the rewards. Lei Xingfeng gritted his teeth and swam down the cliff. The current was even more turbulent. Even Lei Xingfeng's huge body was carried along by the current. He had no choice but to cling to the cliff and climb down. Fortunately, his true body was heavy and wouldn't be swept down by the current. After an unknown amount of time, Lei Xingfeng's feet touched the ground. 2 balls of lightning shot out and illuminated a small area around him. It was all jet-black huge rocks. Under the illumination of the lightning, they really looked like countless monsters. They were grotesque and variegated. It was a horrifying sight. The eyes of Lei Xingfeng's true body emitted a silver glow. In an instant, he saw everything around him clearly. What made him extremely disappointed was that he was surrounded by strange rocks. He couldn't see anything valuable. He didn't want to give up. He had never encountered such a strange situation before. Lei Xingfeng was underwater. He took large strides forward and released 7 or 8 balls of lightning at the same time. This was an underwater canyon. The current in the middle was very turbulent. However, Lei Xingfeng's true body was extremely strong. He walked along the bottom of the canyon and kept moving forward. His true body was huge. Every step he took covered tens of meters. Therefore, his movement speed wasn't slow at all. After walking for about half an hour, Lei Xingfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Countless specks of jellyfish were floating in the sea. They were slightly different from the jellyfish that appeared in the restriction. There were more jellyfish here, and the lights they emitted were more varied. The colorful jellyfish, together with their long tentacles, fluttered in the water like ribbons. With the help of the jellyfish's light, Lei Xingfeng vaguely saw a strange building. At first, he thought it was something that was naturally formed by rock. However, after paying a little more attention, he understood that this thing shouldn't have been formed naturally. This was because the outline had edges and corners. It was naturally very difficult to form a horizontal and vertical edge. Lei Xingfeng finally found something. Only then did he feel a little better. If he had been busy for half a day and didn't get anything, Lei Xingfeng probably wouldn't have believed him. It was actually a building. When Lei Xingfeng approached it, he was also stunned. After getting a little closer, Lei Xingfeng discovered that this building was very simple. It was dug out using the original huge rocks and cultivated a little. To be precise, rather than calling it a building, it was more like a huge hollow hole. Water spurted out from the hole. This hole was incomparably huge. Then, Xianfeng saw a gigantic body curled up at the entrance of the cave, a gigantic tail coiled under its body, while its upper body was that of a human's, with 6 thick arms that were completely bony, connected to its body by a thick membrane, and a gigantic head that was even weirder than the rest of its body. The skull was streamlined. A huge bone spur extended to the back of the spine. It was connected by layers of membrane. There were at least dozens of thorns. The entire face protruded forward. The mouth, nose, and eyes were complete. However, it looked more like a fish head. Under the impact of the huge water current, the entire body was as stable as a rock. An outsider. Furthermore, it was an outsider in the water. One look and one could tell that it was not to be trifled with. Lei Xingfeng did not want to fight an underwater outsider here. He slowly retreated. At this moment, the outsider suddenly opened its eyes. Its washbasin-sized eyeballs emitted a faint blue light. These eyeballs were slightly protruding. The vertical pupils and 2 layers of eyelids gave off an extremely cold feeling. Lei Xingfeng's heart thumped. He knew that he could not leave. He was a little bitter in his heart. This was the outsider's home ground. Then, he saw the outsider's mouth crack open, revealing fine sharp teeth. Moreover, it spat out bubbles at him. Lei Xingfeng's huge real body also stabilized. He bent slightly, one hand in front of him and the other on his abdomen. This was a fighting and defensive posture. There was no way to communicate, especially underwater. If it was not his real body, even standing would be difficult. An ear-piercing sound was suddenly transmitted to his real body. Lei Xingfeng's real body could hear it clearly. This sound made his teeth itch. Then, he saw the outsider's 6 arms waving. Its body spun and stood upright. Lei Xingfeng looked carefully. It was more than 200 meters long. It was about the same size as his real body. This made him relax a little. The size of the body could not be said to be a 100% representation of one's strength. However, a huge body could at least give a rough idea of one's strength. Lei Xingfeng felt that he could handle it. The only thing he was not sure about was that he was not a water or ice cultivator. If they fought, he would probably be at a disadvantage. Chapter 855. Lei Xingfeng wasn't afraid of fighting, especially with an outsider. He didn't feel any burden in his heart. He could just directly kill. There was no doubt about it. Outsiders and humans were death. This was already imprinted in his bones. With a wave of his hand, countless lightning flashed. Lei Xingfeng shot out more than 100 balls of lightning in one breath, lighting up the entire seabed. Each ball of lightning was as big as a water tank. Not only could they illuminate the surroundings, if an outsider were to come into contact with them, they would also be electrocuted. The outsider kept swimming around Lei Xingfeng. Its speed was simply too fast. Lei Xingfeng admitted that he couldn't compare. When the outsider left the ground, Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin suddenly jumped, which attracted his attention. Lei Xingfeng saw that the ground where the outsider was originally sitting was suffused with a faint green brilliance. With just a glance, he knew that it was a treasure-grade material. As for what it was, he didn't know. If it could make Lei Yin jump, then it wasn't something ordinary. The originally unwilling fight immediately aroused Lei Xingfeng's fighting spirit. He couldn't help but lament in his heart, humans die for wealth. Birds die for food. If I can't kill this guy, then don't think about getting this treasure. Let's fight. This was Lei Xingfeng's first time fighting underwater. He had never experienced it before. He had no choice but to go on the defensive first. He wanted to see what the opponent's methods were. This was also why he had to be careful. The outsider nimbly circled Lei Xingfeng. Its speed was getting faster and faster. The current also formed a huge whirlpool, driving the water to pressure Lei Xingfeng. Waves of heavy pressure surged. However, after going through the test of spatial pressure, Lei Xingfeng didn't feel anything. His body didn't even sway. Steady as a rock, Lei Xingfeng stood there motionlessly. All of a sudden, a ball of lightning flashed and blocked the path of the flying alien. The timing was too accurate. The alien was so pleased with himself that he didn't have time to dodge. He crashed into the ball of lightning. Aquatic animals were all afraid of electricity, and so was this outsider. When the ball of lightning hit him, he lost his speed and his whole body began to tremble violently. Lei Xingfeng didn't hold back. Continuous lightning balls hit his body. At the same time, Lei Xingfeng also released a thick lightning bolt, which directly struck his body. Then Lei Xingfeng rushed out. He punched out fiercely. The speed of this punch was very frightening. It brought with it countless bubbles as it shot out like a flood dragon. Although the alien was trembling from the electricity and his long tail was swinging wildly, his 6 arms were waving with all their might. The membrane that connected his arms to his body was activated. His body moved slightly and immediately dodged the punch that was aimed at his head. This punch didn't miss. It landed on the shoulder and the root of the arm. Gotcha! Even in the water, Lei Xingfeng's main body could hear this crisp sound. One punch had broken one of the alien's arms. Then, Lei Xingfeng punched out again. The alien's face was filled with fear. He probably didn't expect Lei Xingfeng to be so powerful. Even in the water, his punch was still so fast. He didn't know that this punch's attack contained the element of spatial restriction. The water couldn't stop it at all. But the alien's tail curled up and instantly caught the fist. It followed the fist and wrapped around the thick arm of Lei Xingfeng's main body. This punch stopped in front of the alien's head. It was forcibly stopped by the alien's tail. Lei Xingfeng was slightly surprised. His whole body shook and he suddenly raised his arm. Along with the alien's huge body, he swung it forcefully. Lei Xingfeng released his fist and grabbed the alien's tail. He swung it and smashed it down. In an instant, Lei Yin's huge power poured into his main body. The alien's 5 arms waved with all their might, trying to control his body. However, this power was too huge. He couldn't control it at all and could only wave his arms in vain. This was what Lei Xingfeng did. He smashed the alien's own building. Although there was no sound, the entire seabed shook. Xingfeng sat on the platform and stared at the calm sea. Suddenly, the platform he was sitting on shook violently. The sea in the distance suddenly surged. He couldn't help but stand up and stare at the sea. A large number of bubbles surged on the surface of the sea like a fountain. Then, there was another one and another one. Xingfeng was puzzled. After smashing down 3 times, the entire sturdy rock collapsed. Black liquid spread out and the outlander began to bleed. The alien regretted using his tail to wrap Lei Xingfeng's arm. He didn't expect that Lei Xingfeng would grab him. He was smashed until he was dizzy. He felt like all the bones in his body were about to shatter. It was too ruthless. He struggled with all his might. If he couldn't break free, the alien knew that if he continued smashing, he would lose his life. After a few random smashes, 2 more of his arms were broken. Now, he only had 3 arms left. He picked up a huge rock and smashed it down while Lei Xingfeng was pulling him up. He wanted to smash Lei Xingfeng's head into mush. Xingfeng didn't even try to dodge, he only lowered his head slightly. His true body's head wasn't his main body's head. If it was his main body's head, it would probably be destroyed along with his body. However, his true body's head was different. It was made of energy and was as hard as his fist. Therefore, when the huge rock smashed onto the head of Lei Xingfeng's main body, a flower bloomed. It wasn't the head that bloomed, but the huge rock that bloomed and shattered. Using this opportunity, Lei Xingfeng swung the alien again. This time, he grabbed his tail with both hands. This time, his strength was great. The alien smashed the huge rock onto Lei Xingfeng's head. He was overjoyed. He didn't expect that before he could do anything else, a huge force that he couldn't resist was transmitted from his tail to his body. At this moment, he really wanted to break his tail. Although they were at the bottom of the sea and there was heavy water pressure, Lei Xingfeng could still do it. He wanted the alien to understand what it felt like to be swung around. He swung 3 times in one breath, creating a whirlpool. This time, Lei Xingfeng took 2 steps forward and smashed him into the cliff. The ground shook and the sea shook. A huge hole was smashed into the cliff. This time, the alien couldn't withstand it and fainted. Lei Xingfeng didn't know that he had fainted. He continued to smash with all his might. The bottom of the sea was a mess. Sand, stone, and rock fragments were tossed about, making the bottom of the sea a mess. Dragging the alien in front of him, Lei Xingfeng's huge hand grabbed his neck. With a twist, his neck was broken. Only then did Xin Feng let go, allowing the corpse to float away with the water. Very quickly, the blurry surroundings became clear again under the rapid flow of water. Under the illumination of the lightning balls, everything appeared once again. The bottom of the sea was a mess. The water carried away the broken rocks. The alien's building had collapsed. The place where he had been sitting was also covered by a huge rock. Lei Xingfeng sighed inwardly. He walked over and began to move the huge rock. However, this huge rock wasn't as heavy as he had imagined. It was probably because of the buoyancy of the water, so it was easy to move. After moving a few huge rocks, the original ground was revealed. When he got closer, he saw that the green light was actually little silver pieces. They were the size of a wash basin and slightly protruding. There were about 200 to 300 pieces. He didn't know what they were made of, but Lei Xingfeng knew that they were treasures. With a push of his finger, the stone platform split open. Lei Xingfeng pulled out one. This thing was like a vertical egg. The big head was at the top and the small head was at the bottom. It was an oval-shaped pale silver stone egg. He tried to put it into Lei Yin, but it was snatched away by Shao Kong. Lei Xingfeng thought, could it be a spatial material? He didn't understand at the moment. He threw a few more into Lei Yin. As expected, they were taken away by Shao Kong. Lei Xingfeng didn't continue. He put the silver stone egg into his hidden Luan space. He planned to slowly study it in the future. There was only one layer. Lei Xingfeng dug down and found that there wasn't anything underground. However, to be able to obtain these silver stone eggs, it wasn't a waste of time. After searching one round, Lei Xingfeng didn't plan to stay any longer. This place was a little strange, especially after discovering this outsider. Lei Xingfeng had already given up on exploring. With a push of his legs, his huge true body began to rise. His 2 huge legs swung vigorously, and his 2 hands paddled. This strength was different from swimming in his previous life. His strength was too great. Its huge body rose up rapidly, making him a little scared. At this moment, Lei Xingfeng suddenly noticed a few shadows flashing by. His heart tightened. The eyes of his main body flickered with silver light. He thought, as expected, there are outsiders here. It was no wonder that he felt uneasy and decided to leave. There were indeed other outsiders here. Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to stay any longer. He wasn't afraid of fighting one outsider, but a few of them, especially in the sea, made his heart beat faster. Therefore, he had to run as fast as he could. No, he had to swim. Lei Xingfeng swam with all his might. Soon, he saw a few shadows scuttling over. One of them was already very close. Lei Xingfeng was amazed. This speed was simply too fast. He simply couldn't compare. One was like a car while the other was like running. Then, Lei Xingfeng saw an outsider charging over aggressively. Chi! A sharp sound exploded. Lei Xingfeng's main body scolded. F***CKU, what are you screaming for? As he spoke, a thick electric current shot out. The speed of the electric current was incomparably fast. In an instant, it blasted the outsider's body. Immediately, the outsider twitched. Lei Xingfeng didn't have time to tangle with him. He swam upwards with all his might. There was an outsider charging over from the left and right. To be precise, they were charging over. Lei Xingfeng shot out a lightning bolt from the left and right. He didn't look at the results and continued swimming. At this moment, he saw the restriction node. Chi! 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 Intense screams resounded in the water like thunder. It was obvious that the outsiders chasing after them had all gone crazy. Chapter 856. Lei Xingfeng raised his head and looked at the restriction. He hesitated for a moment, but he quickly made a decision. He hovered at the edge of the restriction, and his huge true body suddenly shot out bolts of lightning towards the outsiders. Bolts of lightning and balls of lightning shot out. Lei Xingfeng suddenly discovered something strange. The moment the lightning shot out, it instantly disappeared. Then, it suddenly reappeared not far from the outsiders. The same was true for the balls of lightning. This kind of lightning attack was no longer a matter of speed. Instead, it was instantaneous. There was no need to waste time, and it would hit the opponent directly. This was the effect of the spatial restriction. This was the effect of the spatial restriction in Lei Yin's mind. Lei Xingfeng instantly understood. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. This kind of attack had countless benefits. It was especially hard for the enemy to guard against. It was almost impossible for the enemy to dodge the attack unless they were a spatial cultivator. However, Lei Xingfeng hadn't seen a single spatial cultivator until now. Therefore, the outsiders couldn't block this kind of attack. The outsiders who rushed over were all beaten by Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng secretly sighed. He didn't want to tangle with so many outsiders. These guys weren't weak. Fighting underwater for a long time wasn't something Lei Xingfeng was good at. Therefore, after locking the outsiders in place, Lei Xingfeng quickly withdrew his true body. Then, he entered the restriction array and quickly rose up. The outsiders watched as Lei Xingfeng disappeared into the restriction array. They were all furious, but no one dared to chase after him. This layer of restriction array had caused them to lose countless people. No one dared to challenge it. Even the most powerful experts of their race had died in the restriction array. They had given up on the idea of going out. However, they hadn't expected that an outsider would come in. Moreover, it was the most despicable human. Lei Xingfeng thought that the outsiders would chase after him. Therefore, he used all his strength to replace the restriction nodes around him and quickly swam up. Moments later, Lei Xingfeng leaped out of the sea and saw that the entire sea was covered in a thick layer of white foam, which drifted away with the waves. He saw Lei Xingfeng waving his hand non-stop. Even though he was far away, Lei Xingfeng could still see him clearly. He sighed and flew over. When Lei Xingfeng landed on the ground, Xing Feng asked, "Are you fighting someone down there?" Lei Xingfeng said, "There are outsiders. They should be outsiders who live at the bottom of the sea. They are quite strong." Xing Feng said, "No wonder there are waves down there. The fight must be very intense, right?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I killed one, but a group came, so I had no choice but to leave. They don't seem to have the guts to break through the restrictions under the sea, so they didn't follow us. Otherwise, we would have to fight them again." Xing Feng asked, "Did you find anything?" Lei Xingfeng said, "We will encounter outsiders if we go down." Xing Feng said, "What a pity. Perhaps there are many good things down there. There are outsiders who are willing to stay here. There must be good things." Lei Xingfeng said, "Forget it. Let's continue. We should be able to find the exit point here." The two left together and searched around. Generally speaking, the second exit point would appear nearby. Therefore, it didn't take long for them to find a teleportation platform. Lei Xingfeng and Xing Feng often sighed. They didn't know who would be so generous to build so many teleportation platforms. If it weren't for these platforms, they wouldn't have been able to reach the outside world. The journey was too long. Lei Xingfeng kept checking the mirror world along the way. He was afraid that the mirror world would still be in the same place, and he would have already left. That would be tragic. Fortunately, the mirror world had been following them all the way and showed no signs of leaving. Lei Xingfeng was in a good mood. As long as the mirror world didn't have any accidents, everything else could be ignored. After finding the teleportation platform, Lei Xingfeng didn't waste any time. Since there were already underwater residents here, it would be difficult to find anything unless they wanted to kill these outsiders. However, Lei Xingfeng didn't have such thoughts. It wasn't a matter of whether he could defeat them or not. The main thing was that he didn't want to waste time here. Soon, Lei Xingfeng and Xing Feng stood on the platform. They released their true bodies and activated the teleportation restriction again. The two continued forward. This time, the pressure wasn't great. The two easily dealt with it. However, it still took a long time. This was a super long distance teleportation. Took about 10 days. The two were exhausted. The two came out of the teleportation formation. They didn't have time to check the surroundings. They found an empty space and sat down to eat and drink. Large pieces of red braised bull beef and a large pot of rice were served. The two of them ate heartily, consuming a large pot of white rice and a few dozen jin of red braised bull beef. After the meal, they also ate some fruits to replenish their bodies. Xing Feng rubbed his belly and said, "It's my first time maintaining my true body for so long. Although the teleportation pressure isn't great, it uses up a lot of energy." Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "Peak sovereign kings can't withstand it. If we don't have the dual seals, we won't have enough energy to replenish it. We will really die." Xing Feng lamented, "Back then, I was very wise. I didn't become a peak sovereign king and wanted to come out. If I really came out back then, I would probably have died on the way. Killing people without spilling blood." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "There are probably many experts who would have foolishly stepped on this path. The result is probably all dead." Xing Feng said, "Most of them would have died in the first teleportation. Even if they could survive the first teleportation, they would probably have used up all their energy crystals." Lei Xingfeng said, "This is a path for cultivators with two true ring bodies. If you don't reach that level, you won't be able to walk it." Lei Xingfeng tidied up and said, "I wonder where this place is." Xing Feng relaxed and started to look around. It was water again. However, they seemed to be on an island. They could see another island in the distance. According to past experience, the teleportation platform should be there. Lei Xingfeng said in surprise, "It's the sea again? No, it should be a lake." He reached out and a handful of water appeared in his palm. He lowered his head and tasted it. He nodded and said, "Indeed, it's lake water. This is fresh water. It can replenish my energy." Xing Feng said in surprise, How did you do it? We are more than 200 meters away from the lake. How did you get the water in your hand?" Lei Xingfeng said, "It's a small restriction. It's nothing." Actually, this was the effect of spatial restrictions. It wasn't as simple as he said. This was a spatial technique that could only be used when one's understanding of spatial restrictions reached a certain level. It wasn't simple at all. Xing Feng felt a headache whenever he heard the word restriction. However, he was still very envious of Lei Xingfeng for having so many restriction skills. He said, "Amazing. If we get something we can't get in the future, this will be a good method." Lei Xingfeng's heart skipped a beat. He secretly liked it. That was right. This technique was definitely a good way to rob and steal things. It was better to not reveal this technique in front of others in the future. The two flew up and landed on the island a few minutes later. They avoided the restriction circle and followed a winding path. Soon, the two saw the teleportation platform. Lei Xingfeng checked it. He had always been very serious about teleportation. He had been cultivating since he was young and had a big problem with his first teleportation. Therefore, he had always been very serious about teleportation and would never step on it carelessly. Xing Feng ran to the lake to replenish his water. Lei Xingfeng actually didn't need to replenish his water. He could get it from the mirror world. However, if there wasn't enough water in the mirror world, he would have to replenish it. Lei Xingfeng left the platform after observing the teleportation formation and ran to the lake. He thought he had enough water, but when he checked the mirror world, he was shocked. Due to the migration, a large number of people and livestock were in the mirror world. The amount of water needed was huge. He didn't expect the mirror world to be so short of water. Therefore, he ran to the lake to replenish his water. Xing Feng fetched bucket after bucket of water. They were all wooden buckets that were taller than a person. After fetching a bucket of water, he would switch to an empty bucket. It was very hard work. Lei Xingfeng directly dove into the lake. Then, Xing Feng saw a strange scene. All the water in the lake poured into Lei Xingfeng and formed a huge whirlpool. A large amount of water was directly sucked into the mirror world by Lei Xingfeng. In an instant, the dried-up ponds and small rivers in the mirror world were flooded with water. The lake here was extremely clear. There were large numbers of fish, shrimps, and all kinds of aquatic creatures. They all entered the mirror world under Lei Xingfeng's command. During this time, Wu Yang was also worried about the water. He didn't expect a large amount of water to enter the mirror world. When he heard the report from his subordinate, he rushed to the largest river in the mirror world. It had stopped flowing like a dead river, but now it was full of life again. Xing Feng was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand what Lei Xingfeng was doing. For some reason, the water surrounding Lei Xingfeng formed a huge whirlpool. After a while, he said, Feng, what are you doing? Lei Xingfeng said, playing with water. Xing Feng was speechless. Playing with water? You're still in the mood to play with water? I really don't know what you're thinking. Of course, Lei Xingfeng wasn't playing with water. He could only use this as an excuse. Otherwise, he didn't know what to say. No matter what, he couldn't reveal the mirror world. Even Xing Feng couldn't. This was a treasure that all cultivators dreamed of. After soaking in the lake for half a day, Xing Feng had already fetched water and sat waiting. Lei Xingfeng had already swum to the deeper part of the lake. He purposely went to find a school of fish and put them into the mirror world. It could be considered as providing some food for the people in the mirror world. After checking the mirror world for a bit, he saw that the circulation of water had been formed. The almost dried-up pond, the small lake, and the two rivers were all filled with water, forming a new circulation. Only then did he stop and return to the shore. Chapter 857. Lei Xingfeng changed his clothes and said with a smile, I felt much better after soaking in the water, so I also took a shower. His words blocked Xing Feng's question. Xing Feng originally wanted to complain, but after listening to Lei Xingfeng's explanation, he couldn't say anything. He said, Let's go. Although this place is good, it's not a place to stay for long. Lei Xingfeng said, Okay, let's go. Old Xing, why do I feel that this place was deliberately passed by? Maybe it was to replenish the water? Xing Feng said, Maybe. Maybe it was just a coincidence. The two of them went on the platform and released their real bodies again. Lei Xingfeng activated the teleportation formation and the two of them suddenly disappeared. The mirror realm was full of jubilation. Since everyone entered the mirror realm, the entire mirror realm had been completely sealed off. The problems that had been ignored in the past suddenly erupted, and one of the biggest problems was the water source. No one expected that the mirror realm didn't have enough water, and they couldn't contact Lei Xingfeng. This made all the higher-ups of the secret sect helpless. They didn't expect that a large amount of water would enter the mirror realm at the most critical time. This made Wu Yang and the others feel relieved. After solving the water problem, the entire mirror realm calmed down. With water, there was nothing to worry about. This water could be used for a few years without a problem. Wu Yang and Gucci continued to urge everyone to cultivate. Now, the entire secret sect was in a frenzy of cultivation, and no one dared to slack off. Most importantly, due to the abundant resources, especially after obtaining a batch of resources for low-level cultivators, the entire secret sect's cultivators had made great progress. Cultivators consumed a lot of resources, which was one of the reasons why cultivators migrated everywhere. It could be said that cultivators were the locusts of this world. Once they lost the support of resources, they would be finished. The people in the secret sect cultivated while waiting for Lei Xingfeng's return. Lei Xingfeng and Xing Feng appeared on a platform again. After checking the restrictions around, Lei Xingfeng said, "Same as before, continue to find another platform." Xing Feng nodded, "Okay." In the end, the two of them searched for a long time, but they couldn't find another platform. In other words, this platform was the last one. Lei Xingfeng was puzzled. "Have we arrived?" Xing Feng shook his head. "No, I heard that the process is very complicated. It's not easy to get to where we are, which means that it's not easy to get out. Do you think it's difficult?" Lei Xingfeng said, "It's hard to say, but it's really not complicated, it's just continuous teleportation." Xing Feng said, "Xing's Xingfeng lace. If Xing's there's no nose, noses it's no noses a's, otherwise there's no noses to's Xing, to s to's ss." This was a barren desert. There was nothing but rocks and sand everywhere. It was an extremely desolate place that wasn't suitable for humans to live in. Of course, it wasn't a threat to the two of them. Lei Xingfeng kept charging lightning into his eyes, trying to find another platform. Xing Feng flew in circles in the air, searching. This was the safest method, as they wouldn't miss a platform. The two of them searched back and forth, but they still couldn't find a teleportation platform. They flew to a faraway place and landed at the same time. Xing Feng said, "That's not right, there's still nothings." Lei Xingfeng said, "Oh, in that case, let's check our secret door." Secret doors could detect nearby continent. However, according to one's cultivation level, the distance could be far or near. The two of them opened their secret doors at the same time. As expected, they both found a point they could go to. Lei Xingfeng and Xing Feng said at the same time, "There's..." Xing Feng said, "It's very far." Xing Feng nodded, "If you're not strong enough, you'll really die." At this point, only experts with 2 true ring bodies could pass through the secret door. Those who were slightly weaker wouldn't be able to pass through. Xing Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Once again, I've proven that I'm very wise." Lei Xingfeng laughed. "This path isn't prepared for people like us." Xing Feng said, "All right, let's go." He opened the secret door. Lei Xingfeng walked in and he followed behind. This time, the teleportation through the secret gate had taken a long time. Even with Xing Feng's strength, his fire seal had already consumed a third of its energy. When he came out of the secret gate, he was already complaining incessantly. If he had to replenish his energy, it would be very painful. Lei Xingfeng smiled. "All right, I'll give you some energy crystals." Of course, he knew why Xing Feng was sad. There was no way to replenish energy crystals here. Everyone's collection of energy was limited. Even Lei Xingfeng was a bit reluctant to give up some of the stalagmites. It was too difficult to replenish energy here. Luckily, he still had a lot of energy stored in the mirror world. If he couldn't continue, he would find a way to replenish it. After Xing Feng replenished his fire seal, the two of them started searching. It was also a desert-like continent, but after searching for a while, they found a platform beside a rocky hill. Lei Xingfeng checked it and was stunned. He said, "Old Xing, we're in big trouble. This is damaged." Xing Feng was shocked. "What do you mean? This teleportation platform can't be used?" Lei Xingfeng said, "The restrictions around the platform were all destroyed." A small part of the teleportation restriction on the platform was also destroyed. Xing Feng said, "Can it be repaired?" Luckily, they had Lei Xingfeng, a restriction master, or he would really go crazy. Lei Xingfeng said, "We don't have the materials. With my skills, I can repair it. The problem is that we don't have the materials." Xing Feng was a calm person, but he still showed a frightened expression. He said, "Are we going to be trapped here until we die?" He opened the secret door. As expected, there was only a spot left when they came. This meant that they had to go back. Xing Feng said, "Let's go back. Since it's damaged, there's no other way." In fact, Lei Xingfeng could use the mirror world to go back a part of the way. But even then, it could only go back a part of the way. Lei Xingfeng said, "The platform we came from, teleportation, is one way. That means we can only come here and not go back." Xing Feng said, "It's not the same way." He understood immediately. There was one way to enter outer space from the outside world, but there was another way to come out. It was a one-way trip. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "That's probably the case." Xing Feng was dumbfounded. He said, This. You can't fix it?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's gather the materials and see if we can fix it." This teleportation formation wasn't complicated. Maybe other restriction masters would have a headache, but not Xing Feng, because he had already learned spatial restriction. The two of them gathered the materials for a long time, but they still couldn't gather the materials. Lei Xingfeng thought for a while and said, "Oh, there's another way." Xing Feng immediately became spirited. He asked, "What way?" Lei Xingfeng said, "We have to go back and find the original teleportation formation." Xing Feng didn't understand. He said, "Isn't that a one-way trip? How can we go back?" Lei Xingfeng said, "It's very simple. We can take the materials from the original teleportation formation." Xing Feng slapped his thigh and said, "Yeah. Haha, that's a good idea." Lei Xingfeng said, "But it'll cost a lot of energy to go back and come back." Xing Feng said, "The two of us can gather the energy." As he spoke, he took out a lot of energy crystals and gave them to Lei Xingfeng. At this time, no one could be stingy. He knew this very well. Lei Xingfeng said, "Old Xing, wait here. I'll be back soon." Xing Feng said, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Lei Xingfeng opened the secret door and returned to the original point. Lei Xingfeng quickly arrived at the platform. He walked up and carefully looked at the teleportation formation on the platform. This kind of work wasn't easy to do. He had to completely understand the mysteries within in order to have a chance of success. During this period of time, Lei Xingfeng had been studying spatial restriction. Because he had little sky, his understanding of spatial restriction had reached a very deep level. Therefore, his understanding of the teleportation formation on the platform had become even deeper. After studying for about 2 days, Lei Xingfeng had also specially mobilized Little Sky. After some verification, he finally understood and knew that he had a certain degree of confidence in repairing it. When he officially started to dismantle it, Lei Xingfeng still let Little Sky help him. It would be of great help to him in collecting some spatial materials. After busying himself for 3 whole days, he dismantled a large pile of materials. Most of them could be used. Lei Xingfeng calculated that it was enough for him. However, he wasn't willing to give up. A platform was integrated with a lot of materials. Since he was going to dismantle it, he had to do it thoroughly. In for a penny, in for a pound. If he was going to do it, he had to do it thoroughly. He even dug out the roots and directly dug down. In the end, he found a lot of strange crystals below. They were all fist-sized crystals. The energy they contained shocked even Lei Xingfeng. It was very pure. This was an unexpected harvest. Soon, Lei Xingfeng discovered that these crystals even had spatial attribute. This greatly surprised him. A total of thousands of crystals were excavated. This harvest made Lei Xingfeng very satisfied. After packing up, Lei Xingfeng didn't immediately return. Instead, he returned to the mirror realm. He didn't want to open the secret door. This consumed too much energy. It was better to go through the mirror realm. This was the most energy-efficient method. When Lei Xingfeng emerged from the courtyard, Wu Yang saw him at a glance. He said happily, "Are you in the outside world?" Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. "How can it be so easy? I'm still on the way, but I encountered a little difficulty." Gucci asked, "What difficulty?" Lei Xingfeng said, "The teleportation formation is half destroyed." Chapter 858. Everyone was stunned. Was this really difficult? This was definitely a nightmare. Thunderstorm said, "Is there a way to solve it?" Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "I dismantled a teleportation formation." Everyone was dumbfounded again. What was this? Wu Yang said, You plan to use the materials you dismantled?" Lei Xingfeng gave him a thumbs up and smiled. "That's right." Wu Yang reacted quickly and said, If it can't be fixed, the consequences will be really serious." Lei Xingfeng still gave him a thumbs up and said, "Ancestor is indeed an ancestor. You've hit the nail on the head." Wu Yang's expression suddenly became serious. He said, "Once you're trapped to death, does that mean we'll be trapped to death too?" Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "This is the advantage of having the mirror realm. I can still reach the previous teleportation point. Even if the distance is very far, I can still reach it. This gives me a chance to escape." Everyone was greatly relieved. Although the mirror realm was very good, it could not truly exist independently. Once it lost the support of the continent, how long could the resources inside last? Then it would really be a total death. When Lei Xingfeng first obtained the mirror realm, he guessed that the people in the mirror realm would be trapped to death, or some other disaster. Lei Xingfeng clearly remembered that after entering the mirror realm, the desolation left a deep impression on him. Wu Yang said, that's good. Gucci said, "Quickly tell Fatty to serve the food. Afong, take a rest. There's no rush." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Okay, eat some. I rarely eat outside. Haha, I've almost forgotten the taste of good food." For him, unless it was a last resort, he would not eat much unless there was good food. In that case, he would eat very seriously. He did not eat to fill his stomach, but to reminisce about a taste, a longing in his heart, or even some kind of obsession. Every time he tasted food, it would always remind him of many things. Jean Depeng was still the same, smiling like a Mithraea. His body had become fatter, but he was not out of breath after walking a few steps. However, Lei Xingfeng's vision was different. He shook his head slightly but did not try to persuade Jean Depeng. He knew this guy would not listen. When all kinds of food was served, Jean Depeng took out a bottle and handed it to Lei Xingfeng, smiling. "I have one bottle here. Afong here." With one look, Lei Xingfeng knew that it was the highest quality Fishman wine. He had given Jean Depeng a lot, but with the passage of time, he did not have much Fishman wine. Worry said, "Wow, there's such a treasure. Fatty, give me a bottle too. I found this by chance and put it in the storeroom. There's only one bottle left. I drank the rest." Wu Yang said indifferently, "I don't believe you." Jean Depeng's face immediately turned bitter. He took out another bottle and said, "I really don't have any more." He was very popular, so the others only smiled and did not ask for more. Wu Yang smiled and said, "I knew it. How could a fatty not have any more? Humph, come, everyone, drink a little." Those who could drink a small cup were all high-ranking members of the secret sect. There were 2 bottles of wine in total. It was good enough that each person could drink a cup, and it was a very small cup. Xianfeng only drank 1 cup. After tasting it for a long time, he spoke. "At that time when I stole the fishman's wine cellar, I thought it was enough to drink, but I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to get any more. Actually, the fishmen are also foreign races. This time I met a foreign race in the ocean. Their strength was really strong. Wu Yang said, "You killed them." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "I killed one, but a group of them came. They only knew how to run." Everyone was shocked. To be able to make Xian Feng flee, this person's strength was definitely not weak. Wu Yang said, "They were that strong?" Lei Xingfeng said, "They were not inferior to peak stage monarchs. Among the group of people who came, there were probably existences similar to me. What else could I do but run? What a pity. There should be a lot of good things at the bottom of the sea." Wu Yang said, "Fortunately, you still remembered the mirror realm this time." Lei Xingfeng said, "What's wrong?" Gucci smiled and said, "Master, don't blame a Feng. He probably didn't know that the mirror realm was short of water." Lei Xingfeng suddenly understood. He blushed and said, "I neglected this. I never thought that the mirror realm would be short of water. Unfortunately, there weren't any good water-type treasures. If we could find a good water-type treasure, the water in the mirror realm would be endless." Wu Yang wasn't blaming Lei Xingfeng. It was just that he and Gucci were really busy. For water, they even mobilized all the cultivators to take out the water stored in their hidden Luan space. Thunderstorm smiled and said, "We also didn't realize this problem. When we did, we were already caught off guard." Wu Yang said, "When we were at the heavenly moat, many people died of thirst. We actually continued to be careless. It was really a mistake. Don't blame a Feng. It's our fault that we didn't think of it." Gucci said, "Water-type treasures. I wonder where we can get them." Lei Xingfeng said, "It depends on luck. If we're lucky, we might get them quickly. If not, haha." He could only laugh. Treasures were always hard to come by. In places like the Fantasy Sky Realm, there might be a chance, but other places were really hard to say. Wu Yang said, "No rush. We have water now anyway. However, a Feng, you have to replenish the Mirror Realm's water at any time." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "No problem, I will pay attention." After eating and drinking, Lei Xingfeng got up and said, "I have to go back and repair the teleportation formation." Wu Yang and the others got up and watched Lei Xingfeng go to the center of the courtyard and then disappear. Lei Xingfeng went through the mirror realm and directly returned to the continent where Xing Feng was. When he came to the teleportation formation, he saw Xing Feng sleeping on it. Kicking him, Xian Feng spoke, "Hey, old Xing, I'm so busy that I'm about to die, yet you're sleeping so well." Before he kicked him, Xing Feng sat up and said, "Did you get the materials?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Of course." Xing Feng was immediately happy. He said, "Can it be used?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Of course it can be used." If it couldn't be used, the unluckiest one would not be him, but his companion Xing Feng. He had a place to escape to, but Xing Feng simply couldn't escape. In these two continents, if one couldn't move, then one would be a wandering savage, never to leave. Xing Feng said, "Yes, of course it can be used." His face was a little pale. Lei Xingfeng went to the platform. A corner of the platform had collapsed, but the damage wasn't too serious. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng was confident that he could fix it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do it. It wasn't that he couldn't fix it, but that he needed too many materials. Repairing it bit by bit, refining it bit by bit, it was Xian Feng's first time making it. There were many difficulties and questions that required him to slowly solve. Xing Feng didn't rush Lei Xingfeng. He didn't dare to rush him, for fear that he would disturb Lei Xingfeng. Xing Feng was well aware of how serious the situation was. There was simply nowhere to go. This was definitely a land of death. There was simply no way to escape. The entire teleportation formation was very complicated, even more complicated than the previous one. Lei Xingfeng calculated as he repaired it. There were limited materials, and every material had to be used to the best effect. Nothing could be wasted. As he repaired it, he also needed to do some verification and experiment. He treated this teleportation formation carefully. This was their escape route. If this thing was damaged, Lei Xingfeng's scalp would go numb just thinking about it. If he could use the original components, he would do his best to use the original component. If he couldn't, he would repair it. If it was completely damaged, then he would need to dismantle the components and modify them before adding them back in. Only Lei Xingfeng knew how hard it was to do this. Fortunately, he had Xiao Kong, who could verify it with Lei Yin. Otherwise, he wouldn't know whether it was correct or not. Time passed slowly. Xing Feng looked calm on the surface. He didn't dare to pressure Lei Xingfeng, but he was very anxious inside. He ran around the continent and found that there were no plants or animals. There was also no water, which was the most important thing. Although he had replenished some water a while ago, how many days could it last? Perhaps it could last a few hundred days or even 7 or 8 years. But what would happen after that? On this day, Xing Feng flew back to the platform and landed. He saw Lei Xingfeng sitting on the platform with his eyes closed, deep in thought. Xing Feng walked over quietly and sat down under the platform. Lei Xingfeng opened his eyes and said, "Did you find anything?" Xing Feng couldn't help but spit and said, "Bah! This place is extremely desolate. I didn't find anything. There isn't even water here. I didn't want to give up, so I released my real body and dug a huge hole to see if there was any underground water. The result. Guess what?" Lei Xingfeng said, "No water?" Xing Feng said, "Not only is there no water, I dug less than 10 meters down and found only rock. There was nothing useful at all." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "This is the desolate continent. There should be no water." Xing Feng asked carefully, Feng, how is it?" This was the first time he asked this question. He was very nervous and looked at Lei Xingfeng expectantly. Lei Xingfeng said, "It's more or less done. But I still need to check a few more times. After a few problems are solved, there will be no more problems." Xing Feng was overjoyed and said, "Really?" Lei Xingfeng found it funny and said, "I lied to you." Xing Feng was dumbfounded. He said, ah. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. Xing Feng didn't know why, but looking at Lei Xingfeng, he suddenly felt relieved. He said, "I will wait patiently." He suddenly understood one thing. He was trapped, but Lei Xingfeng was also trapped. Chapter 859. Coupled with Lei Xingfeng's laughter, Xing Feng believed that the problem was almost solved. Otherwise, Lei Xingfeng wouldn't have laughed like that. That was a sign of relaxation. Lei Xingfeng said, "It's solved. It's all solved. There's no problem. We can even leave now." Xing Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Why did you have to lie to me? I'm already annoyed enough." "Alright, you were waiting for me to come back." Xian Feng replied, "No, I was checking the teleportation restriction and realized that there are 2 points that can be connected. This made me unsure which one is the right one to go to." Xing Feng thought for a while and said, "What's the difference between the distant and the near?" "I'm talking about the teleportation formation." Lei Xingfeng said, "The distant one is one way, the near one is 2-way, which means we can go back and forth." Xing Feng said, "Then let's go to the near one. If we go the wrong way, we can come back. If we go the right way, then we don't need to go the distant one. We can't come back." Lei Xingfeng said, "That's the problem. I think the one-way one is the right way, but the near one is a problem." Xing Feng said, "Why is there a problem?" Xian Feng spoke, "Since it's going back and forth, it means that this path doesn't necessarily lead to the outside world, and let me think." A thought flashed through his mind, giving him a possibility. Maybe this is a resource land? Through this teleportation formation? Or some other purpose? We can't spend so much resources and energy and get nothing, right? Xing Feng was curious too. He said, "That's true. If that's the case, the distant one might be the right way, but the near one is also a problem. Who would build such a teleportation formation without any benefits? Lei Xingfeng said, actually, the near one isn't that close. We can't reach the hidden door. Since we can go back and forth, let's go to the near one first. Xingfeng agreed. He said, since we can go back and forth, we won't lose anything. Let's go to the near one. The two of them stood on the teleportation platform. Lei Xingfeng hesitated for a moment and said, we don't have to reveal our true bodies. The pressure will be slightly greater, but we should be able to deal with it. Xingfeng said, whatever you say. Lei Xingfeng activated the teleportation restriction. In an instant, the two of them disappeared from the platform. A towering mountain peak that reached the clouds. There was a small teleportation platform at the top of the mountain. It was surrounded by cliffs and large chunks of ice. Lei Xingfeng and Xingfeng stood on the cliff. Below them was a sea of fog and clouds. The mountain directly pierced through the sea of clouds. This platform was very well protected. There were restrictions all around the platform. Even the cliff had restrictions. Moreover, these restrictions were very strange. Once they were touched, whether it was a human or an animal, they would be teleported halfway up the mountain and have to climb up again. Most importantly, there were several small restrictions that were connected to the defensive restrictions. They were the sky restriction. In other words, don't even think about flying up. In fact, Lei Xingfeng could fly up. As long as he replaced the restriction nodes, there would be no problem. Xingfeng asked, is there a way down? Lei Xingfeng said, of course there is a way down. Follow me. Stick to the cliff and go down. There is a winding path. Xingfeng believed in Lei Xingfeng's attainment in restrictions. He didn't doubt his words. He said, you go first, I go back. Lei Xingfeng said, okay, let's go down together. Then, Lei Xingfeng slid down the cliff. Xingfeng followed closely behind. They slid down the cliff in a zigzag manner. Xingfeng knew that if he didn't follow Lei Xingfeng's method, he would definitely touch the restrictions. After a short while, the two of them had descended a lot. This mountain was very high. According to Lei Xingfeng's estimation, it was at least 20,000 meters high. The top half of the mountain was covered in ice and snow. If they didn't have the strength, even if there were no restrictions, they wouldn't be able to go up and down. Gradually, Lei Xingfeng found that moss appeared on the cliff. The ice and snow gradually decreased. The surroundings were full of fog. He couldn't see the scenery below at all. However, Lei Xingfeng could still see the passage that was specially left. If it wasn't someone like Lei Xingfeng who could see the restriction nodes and didn't have the route map to get out of the restriction, then it was almost inevitable that he would touch the restriction. This path was really designed a bit abnormally. Often, the two of them had to move horizontally for hundreds of meters before they could find a way to go down. Some paths were on the vertical cliff. Without a certain strength, it was impossible to go down. Even if the two of them had extraordinary strength, they were still covered in sweat. It wasn't their bodies that were tired, but their hearts that were tired. Soon, the two of them descended to the waist of the mountain. Then, they saw the surrounding peak. Aside from the mountain they came down from, the other peaks were all a few thousand meters high. The highest was 10,000 meters, which wasn't even half the height of this mountain. The surrounding peaks stretched as far as the eye could see. They were all snowy mountains. The two of them continued to descend. There were no signs of restrictions here. The two of them simply left the cliff and directly flew down. This speed was much faster. They were like meteors falling down. In just a few dozen seconds the two of them were close to the ground. This was a forest. The two of them didn't land in this primitive forest. Instead, they were floating above the canopy. Because all the way here was a desolate land, it was rare to see a large forest of plants, especially this kind of primitive forest that had grown for who knew how many years. Lei Xingfeng said, I guess there are resources here. That's why this restriction was set up. Xingfeng nodded and said, it looks like it. Generally speaking, a continent with resources would show signs of vitality. Of course, this wasn't absolute. Some materials could only be produced in extremely harsh environments. However, it was undeniable that most materials were produced in continents with vitality. Lei Xingfeng said, since a teleportation restriction can be set up, this is either a passage or an amazing resource production area. Xingfeng was also excited. Resources were something that every cultivator wanted. The reason why they had to go to the outside world was because the resources in the outer realm were no longer suitable for Lei Xingfeng and Xingfeng's cultivation need. They had to go. Staying here meant being trapped in the outer realm without any progress. Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's go. Let's see if there are other platforms." The clouds in the sky were very thick. However, it was cool and refreshing below. They could see far into the distance. Countless birds were circling in the sky, rising and falling. From time to time, strange roars could be heard from the forest. Due to the cover of the clouds, it was slightly dark above the forest. The two of them flew above the treetops and attracted a large flock of birds. Due to the continuous mountain terrain, the two of them flew along the low-lying valley and above the forest. They could see huge ancient trees. These ancient trees could even grow up to 1,000 meters. A single tree could cover a large area. Lei Xingfeng was full of praise. He said, "I don't know how long it has been since there were any traces of humans in this forest. If it wasn't for the teleportation formation, there probably wouldn't be any human footprints here. It's too beautiful." Xingfeng didn't feel anything. He said, "It's just a forest. There's nothing beautiful about it. I've seen too many." Lei Xingfeng was speechless. His so-called beauty was actually a concept from his previous life. He always had his own appreciation for natural beauty. Too lazy to argue with Xingfeng, the two of them flew along the low-lying valley. After searching for a long time, they didn't find any restrictions. With Lei Xingfeng's eyesight, as long as there were any traces of restrictions, he would be able to detect them. After flying around a few times, Lei Xingfeng judged, there's only one teleportation formation platform. There shouldn't be anything else. In other words, this is not the path we want to take. Now, let's see if this is a resource area. If it is, let's stay here for a while. Xingfeng said straightforwardly, "Okay." Lei Xingfeng said, "Where is the teleportation formation? You should be able to find it, right?" Xingfeng said, "Why?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's split up and search. We need to be more efficient." Xingfeng nodded. "Okay, that works too. We don't need to fight when we find something good. Haha, I'm just kidding. I'll go left and you go right. No matter if we find something or not, we'll meet at the mountain peak where the teleportation formation is in 30 days. Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay. If this place is worth excavating, then we'll discuss how long we'll stay." The two of them had plenty of time. They didn't mind wasting time on the way. As long as they could find something valuable, they wouldn't mind even if they had to stay for 8 or 10 years. Therefore, there was no problem at all if they split up temporarily. Up until now, they hadn't found any dangerous people or animals. This seemed to be an extremely primitive wild forest. After Xingfeng left, Lei Xingfeng flew to the right. Along the way, large patches of primitive forest covered the valleys and mountainsides. Near the snow line, there were some shrubs and moss. Lei Xingfeng saw the vague silhouettes of animals in the forest. There were also waterfalls flowing down. There were streams converging in the valleys. Flying along the streams, they soon saw a river. This river cut a canyon in the ground. The water flowed rapidly, making a loud splashing sound. With a slight movement of his body, Lei Xingfeng was already above the river. Because this area was basically covered by the forest, even if there were any treasures underground, they would be covered tightly by the forest. Even Lei Xingfeng couldn't see anything. However, it was different above the river. This rapid river cut a canyon in the ground. There were very few plants on the cliffs on both sides. His eyes came in handy. Silver light flickered in and out of his eyes. He looked around while flying slowly. Soon, Lei Xingfeng found many bright spots. Those were the signs of mineral deposit. As he flew, the bright spots along the way weren't enough for Lei Xingfeng to stop. These mines were scattered and didn't seem to be particularly precious. Lei Xingfeng was very picky when it came to minerals. He hoped to find thunder-type minerals or wood-type minerals. In fact, there should be many wood-type materials here. Chapter 860. If there was a primitive forest, then there would be good wood-attributed materials, but Xian Feng wasn't sensitive to wood-attributed materials, so he didn't focus on wood-attributed materials yet. In a short moment, he had already flown a few thousand meters. From afar, the sound of water could be heard. Xian Feng flew over only to see a gigantic waterfall crashing down, raising a few hundred meters into the air. Then, Lei Xingfeng saw an extremely thick tree trunk stuck in the rocks of the waterfall. With his eyesight, he immediately realized that it was definitely a treasure. The wood was dark and shiny, with moss and green spots on its surface, but in Lei Xingfeng's eyes, it shone brightly. The tree trunk was at least 4 meters in diameter, but it was broken in the middle, leaving only a 10-meter-long branch near the root. Lei Xingfeng immediately returned to the mirror world. There were still many people in the yard. Since they were all in the mirror world, they had nowhere else to go, so many people gathered in Lei Xingfeng's house. Lei Xingfeng appeared, and everyone was surprised. Wu Yang said, Feng, why are you back? Lei Xingfeng said, I came back to find someone. Is my little sister here? Gucci ordered, and a few servants ran out. Thunderstorm said, Why are you looking for your little sister? Lei Xingfeng said, I found a treasure, but I'm not sure. I asked my little sister to take a look. It's wood type. Everyone looked envious. They had a good relationship with his little sister. As long as Lei Xingfeng found a wood-type treasure, he would bring it to Lei Xingyao. After a while, Lei Xingyao ran over. She asked, Brother, are you looking for me? Lei Xingfeng waved, and Lei Xingyao ran to his side and grabbed his arm. She said, Brother, what's the matter? Lei Xingfeng said, Come with me. In an instant, the two of them disappeared, leaving behind a group of people staring at each other. They did not know why Lei Xingfeng was in such a hurry. The two of them hovered above the waterfall. Xian Yao immediately saw the piece of wood. Her eyes flashed with surprise. She said, Brother, you brought me to see this thing? What a treasure! Lei Xingfeng asked, Can we use it? Xian Yao giggled and said, Yes, I can use it. It's good stuff. Lei Xingfeng said, That's good. You can keep it. Xian Yao put away the piece of wood and looked around, asking curiously, Brother, where is this place? Lei Xingfeng said, I don't know where this place is, but I just arrived here, so I don't know if there's any danger. After I check it out, if it's possible, you can come in, but there's a big possibility that I can't bring you in. Xian Yao asked, Why? Lei Xingfeng patiently explained, Little sister, I have a companion. He doesn't know that I have the mirror world. Xian Yao said, Wow, is he very strong? Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Our strength is about the same. Actually, his current strength was higher than Xian Yao's. Xian Yao said, Wow, so strong. She knew how strong her brother was, and with the passage of time, Lei Xingfeng was already the #1 expert in the hidden sect. No one could compare to him. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Yes, he's very strong. He was also the one who discovered this path. Xian Yao did not dare to stay. She said, Okay, I'll go back. Lei Xingfeng said, I'll send you back. He opened the mirror world's secret door and sent Xian Yao in. At this time, the mirror world was already sealed. Other than Lei Xingfeng, no one else could open the door. They continued to follow the river under the waterfall. Along the way, they found a lot of materials, many of which were high quality. However, Lei Xingfeng could not understand. If there were only so many materials, it would be too extravagant to build a transportation platform. There was no need. So Lei Xingfeng continued downstream. He knew that the river flowed towards the plains. Now that they were in the mountains, there might be some treasures in the plains. After flying for 3 days, Lei Xingfeng finally flew out of the mountains. Then, he saw an endless plain and an endless forest. It was a magnificent sight. Some of the trees were unbelievably tall. According to Lei Xingfeng's estimation, they were at least 2,000 meters tall. They were like mountains, but they were actually trees. Even if Lei Xingfeng released his real body, he would not even be able to show his head in this forest. He did not know how long this forest had been growing. Lei Xingfeng was envious of this continent. It had such vitality. Unfortunately, this was just passing by. Even if he used the mirror world in the future, he might not be able to reach it. In other words, he only had one chance. Unless he walked this path again, he would not be able to come back. So the most important thing was to hurry and search. Lei Xingfeng found that flying above the canopy, he could not see anything. There were thick trees blocking his view. No matter how good his eyes were, there was no way he could see through them. There were basically no gaps in the trees. Lei Xingfeng had no choice but to land on the ground. He found that the forest was even more difficult to walk through. The dense branches and branches almost took up all the space. Lei Xingfeng could not help but complain. Even if there were treasures underground, he could not see them. Various precious plants were shining, attracting his attention from time to time. Unfortunately, they were all pharmacist's favorite. They had nothing to do with him, and he could not bring Xi and Yao with him. So other than some spiritual plants that were shining brightly, Lei Xingfeng ignored everything else. After thinking for a long time, Lei Xingfeng could not find a suitable way. He could only go to the side of the river and continue moving forward. He gradually thought it through. If he found something, he would take it. If he didn't, then so be it. In this world, everything would not go according to plan. Because the entire river was covered by the canopy, this river was like an underground river. Lei Xingfeng flew above the river and did not fly above the canopy. He estimated that if he really flew above the canopy, he would not even be able to find the river. It was gloomy and damp. Although the current was turbulent, the water was extremely clear. If the current was slightly calmer, he could see the bottom of the river. Moreover, he could see large schools of fish swimming. Some of them were more than 10 meters long, and some were even tens of meters long. Lei Xingfeng saw a large fish with a back full of barbs. It was 50 to 60 meters long, and its body underwater should be even longer. He also saw a huge python that was a few hundred meters long, slowly swimming along the river bank. With its length and size, Lei Xingfeng estimated that he would not even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. They were all incomparably huge. This proved one of Lei Xingfeng's points. There was life force here that did not exist anywhere else. That was why such huge creatures were born. If there were people here, they must be from the giant tribe. This thought flashed through Lei Xingfeng's mind. Boom! A huge tree fell and directly smashed into the river, creating a huge wave. Lei Xingfeng was almost hit. He quickly dodged and looked towards the shore. He saw a huge head poking out of the forest and then burying its head in the water. The huge body was faintly discernible. Lei Xingfeng could not help but shake his head and sigh. If this was in his hometown, this thing's body could ignore many cultivators. Lei Xingfeng did not stop. He did not want to be entangled with these animals. There was no point in killing them. At most, he could get some meat. After flying for an unknown period of time, light began to appear above the river. The surrounding trees gradually became sparse. From time to time, large groups of animals could be seen drinking by the river. When Lei Xingfeng's eyes suddenly lit up, he saw an endless grassland. The grass here was outstanding. They were all 7 to 8 meters tall. He had never seen such grass before. There were even some grass that were 40 to 50 meters tall, forming a huge grass pile. He had never seen grass that was as thick as a bowl. Every grass was like a small tree. Lei Xingfeng was dumbfounded. If he released his real body, he would probably feel that this world was normal. Then, Lei Xingfeng saw groups of herbivores. They were all unimaginably huge. Some ate grass, some ate meat. Soon, Lei Xingfeng also saw beasts that ate meat. They were also extremely huge. Lei Xingfeng felt like he was in the African grassland in his previous life. However, his real body was not much bigger than a mouse. If he released his real body, then he would have the body of a normal person. Lei Xingfeng flew up. He was only the size of an ordinary bird in the air. However, he did not care about this. What he cared about was whether there were any mines or treasures in this grassland. His eyes flickered with a silver light. Soon, he realized that this was indeed a treasure land. The entire ground, even with the cover of grass, was much better than the forest. Suddenly, he saw a variety of colors emerging from the ground. This meant that there were all kinds of mines underground. What the f***ck? This is indeed a good place. No wonder they specially built a teleportation array. What kind of treasures are buried underground? They are all connected. Lei Xingfeng did not delay. He quickly found a place with a strong treasure light and directly revealed his real body to dig down. Fortunately, there were huge weeds around him that could cover his body slightly. In a few minutes, Lei Xingfeng had dug down into the ground. After forming a huge pit, he saw the mines inside. He was not in a hurry to collect them. Instead, he went outside the big pit and quickly started to set up restrictions. This was a common-sense method. Only by using a restriction could they be at ease and boldly excavated. Soon, after digging a huge hole in the ground, Lei Xingfeng withdrew his real body and returned to the mirror realm. He emerged from his own courtyard. How much could he dig up with his own strength? Even if Lei Xingfeng was powerful, the amount that Lei Xingfeng could dig up was definitely not as much as the entire hidden sect's strength. When Wu Yang saw Lei Xingfeng, he smiled and said, "A Feng probably came back to ask for help." Gao Yi said, "He's so powerful. How could he come back to ask for help?" Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Ancestral Master is right. I did come back to ask for help. I need to mobilize all of my strength. Let's all go out and dig." Chapter 861. Wu Yang clapped and laughed. "Haha, how is it? I knew it." Thunderstorm asked, "What kind of ore did you find?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't know either. I only know that there are all kinds of precious ores below, we just need to dig. I've already dug out a cave, everyone just needs to follow me." Gucci said, "I'll go organize it." Lei Xingfeng said, "Let senior brother Feng and senior brother Xian go. I need a group of people with power, and people with real bodies to open the way." Gucci said, "Okay." A group of people followed Xian Feng into the underground cavern. Xian Feng didn't dare to bring them to the surface, only to the underground cavern he had already dug. With Lei Xingfeng as the leader, Wu Yang, Gucci, Thunderstorm, Gao Yi, Lei Xingyao and the others all released their real bodies and began to dig in all directions. Only by relying on their real bodies could they dig quickly. Very quickly, Lei Xingfeng set up a secret teleportation door. A large number of people gathered and entered. Thousands of practitioners entered, the underground tunnel quickly extended, large amounts of ores were sucked into the hidden Luan space. The expanded space was quickly filled with countless low-level practitioners. The number had already reached tens of thousands. Behind these low-level practitioners, each of them brought a few normal people, forming a small excavation team. This way the efficiency would be higher. Lei Xingfeng controlled the direction of the excavation, all kinds of ores, it was like an ocean, so those who knew the trade were all shocked. There were too many of them unrecognizable, but this didn't matter. After digging, they directly put it into the hidden Luan space. When it was full, they would return to the mirror world and dump it into the warehouse. In less than 3 days of digging, the entire secret door was basically empty. Everyone entered this continent to dig. The entire secret door went crazy. Lei Xingfeng had already found a large amount of materials he needed. There were both lightning and space type. This time, Lei Xingfeng felt as if he was a mouse that had stepped into a rice jar and was surrounded by good things. This was a huge and rich mine. The most surprising thing was that there were many different types of mines. All types of mines were intertwined together, reaching an inconceivable level. Lei Xingfeng was the commander-in-chief. He led the entire secret sect to dig crazily. One must know how difficult it was to find a mine in the past, but here there were mines everywhere. There was gold everywhere. Of course, in this world, gold was also a material, but it was only a material. It did not have the function of currency. When the underground network was formed under the guidance of Lei Xingfeng, the entire excavation process became smoother. Countless small holes extended out. Every excavation team was like a groundhog, digging crazily. This was also thanks to their previous experience. The secret sect had once secretly mined the mines of the Ming-Zhe Alliance. Whether it was the organization, the people, or the various digging tools, they were all extremely well prepared. Lei Xingfeng sometimes wondered where Xingfeng had run off to. Even if he found out that there were countless treasures underground, he would probably go crazy. How much could one person get? The entire secret sect was mobilized. This harvest was huge. No matter what, there was strength in numbers. Moreover, they were all moving underground, so it was relatively safer. In fact, the grassland was still very dangerous. Whether it was herbivores or carnivores, they were all extremely large. Not to mention ordinary people, even low-level practitioners would be in danger if they encountered them. Therefore, no one was allowed to go up for the time being. Of course, other than a few of the secret sect's higher-ups, they were led to the surface by Lei Xingfeng. Wu Yang, Guqi, Thunderstorm, Gao Yi, Lei Xingyao, La Zi, and Xian Zhaoluan also followed. They were all very curious as to where Lei Xingfeng had run off to. They were immediately dumbfounded. Wu Yang pointed at the wild grass and said, This is grass? La Zi said, This isn't grass. I think it's a tree. Xian Zhaoluan said, Martial Uncle La Zi, have you seen this kind of tree before? There are no tree trunks or leaves. La Zi kept shaking his head and said, This is the first time I've seen such a huge grass in my life. It's simply outrageous. I don't understand why the grass is so big. What is that? Everyone looked up and saw a huge animal with its head lowered eating grass. The thing was dozens of meters long. Its huge head was buried in the grass, and only the crunching sound of eating grass could be heard. Guqi said, Like a sheep? A sheep? Everyone was dumbfounded. Was there such a big sheep? In the end, the animal raised its head. It really did look like a sheep. Other than its huge body, it looked too similar to a sheep. Wu Yang said, All right, I'm thinking that if we hunt such a sheep, will it be enough for everyone in our mystic sect to have a meal? La Zi could not help but laugh. He said, That's true. If we kill such a huge sheep, it might really be enough for everyone in our mystic sect to have a meal. Haha. Wu Yang said, Fortunately, we have enough food. Otherwise, we could really hunt. Lei Xingfeng said, Actually, we can hunt some animals. I wonder if they taste good? This fellow had returned to his true colors as a foodie. He wanted to try everything. Thunderstorm said, We can give it a try. Wu Yang said, Let me try. Lei Xingfeng did not stop him. He was also very curious about how powerful the animals here were. After all, the strength brought by their huge bodies was often astonishing. Even if they were cultivators, they had to be careful. Wu Yang released his true body and directly pounced on the huge sheep. Then, everyone saw a dumbfounded scene. The huge sheep ran away. Its speed was not something Wu Yang could catch up to. One had to know that his true body was extremely heavy. Before reaching 2 true rings, he could not move quickly at all. Wu Yang stood there with a bitter smile. He released his true body and returned to everyone. He said, I can't hit it at all. La Zi laughed loudly and said, Hunting with your true body? You still can't hit it. This is really fresh. Ha ha, ha. Wu Yang raised his foot and kicked La Zi. He said, if you have the ability, come at me. La Zi immediately cowered. He said, come on, this place is very evil. It's so big. How can we hit it? In the end, everyone discussed and decided to use a group hunting method. Everyone stood in a position and did not move. Instead, they attacked the animals that ran to them. After forming an encirclement, Lei Xingfeng said with a smile, I'll drive the animals away? Wu Yang said, okay, a few of you hide in ambush. At the same time, don't release your true body. With the size of his true body, it was really nothing on this continent. It was too small. The few of them smiled and took their positions, ready to attack at any time. Lei Xingfeng flew up. There were actually many animals here. Lei Xingfeng did not dare to drive away the really large animals, which were the huge animals that were hundreds of meters long. Even if they ate grass, he could only drive away animals that were less than 100 meters long, such as sheep and deer-shaped relatively small herbivores. He did not reveal his true body. Instead, he bombarded the animals with thunder and lightning to scare them and make them run. Then, he chose the small animals and used thunder to drive them away. Soon, he drove a deer-shaped animal into the encirclement. This was already a relatively small animal in the vicinity. Its body was 40 to 50 meters long. When it ran, it was truly earth-shattering. The rumbling of hooves caused the entire ground to tremble. This kind of galloping feeling was really incomparably exciting. Even Wu Yang, who was experienced in battle, could not help but be shocked. La Zi just happened to be facing the deer-shaped animal. He focused all of his energy and stared at the animal that was galloping towards him. He could be considered a person who had been in battle for a long time. With such a huge animal charging towards him, his heart could not help but beat faster. Then, a huge hoof stepped on his side and actually set off a small wave of air. La Zi could not help but scold, "Fuck, that strong?" Saying so, he had already released his true body. In an instant, everyone had released their true body. At this time, everyone's strength could be seen. It was very clear that the strongest person, other than Lei Xingfeng, was actually Lei Xian Yao. A huge tree. That deer-shaped animal, seeing that it was surrounded by people who had suddenly appeared, turned in a circle in fear and then rushed towards Lei Xian Yao. Who let Lei Xian Yao have the true body of a tree? She was too friendly. Hong. The deer-shaped animal crashed into Lei Xian Yao's true body. Immediately, it wobbled and spun in circles, directly knocking itself unconscious. Lei Xian Yao could not help but laugh. Countless branches extended from her true body and directly wrapped around the deer-shaped animal, instantly controlling it. Wu Yang shouted, "Good!" Who knew that Lei Xian Yao's branches that were wrapped around the deer-shaped animal suddenly exerted force and directly threw it out of the encirclement. Lei Xian Yao giggled. "Run, if you're smart, maybe you can escape with your life." She directly let it go. For wood elemental cultivators, killing was not part of their nature. Therefore, wood elemental cultivators were naturally gentle people. Wu Yang could not help but shake his head and sigh. However, no one had any objections. Lei Xian Yao's prestige in the secret sect was sometimes even higher than Lei Xingfeng. This was because she had saved countless people. La Zi said, "Ayaya, we can't let the little girl come. She doesn't like killing. It's all for nothing." Lei Xian Yao giggled. "La Zi Shu, if you had attacked from the start, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Who let the little deer come close to me? Hee, since I attacked, then I can only let it go." La Zi helplessly shook his head. "Forget it. If the little girl says to let it go, then let it go. Let's continue, but the little girl doesn't need to stand." Lei Xian Yao said, "Humph, I don't care." Saying this, she ran to the side. Lei Xingfeng laughed. "If little sister doesn't want to, then forget it. Let's do it again." Thunderstorm said, Actually, we don't need to form an encirclement. Just stand in a line. As long as a Feng can drive one over, then we can attack together. Lei Xingfeng laughed. Okay. Chapter 862. Once again, he flew into the air and used lightning to drive away a sheep-shaped animal that was more than 40 meters long. The sheep-shaped animal was frightened by the lightning and quickly rushed to the front of the group. They released their true forms at the same time and started attacking. Thunderstorm punched. This punch still had lightning on it. With a boom, the sheep-shaped animal stopped. This punch did not cause much damage, but the lightning on the fist made the sheep-shaped animal tremble. Wu Yang punched fiercely. Guqi, Gao Yi, La Zi, and Xian Zhaoluan all attacked. Their fists were originally huge, but the sheep-shaped animal was not small at all. Therefore, it was beaten until it cried out in pain. Lei Xingfeng was stunned. He said, "It's actually so hard to fight?" One had to know that although these people's strength couldn't be compared to his, their combat strength wasn't bad. At this moment, Lei Xingfeng was on guard. This place was a little evil. He did not say much and immediately released his true form. He took a few steps forward and punched fiercely. With a loud boom, he directly smashed the giant sheep's head. At the same time, he said, "Go back, all of you go back. Withdraw your true forms and return to the ground immediately." His tone was very hurried. Wu Yang and the rest could not react. Lei Xingfeng said, "This is a herbivore, and it's already so hard to fight. If it were a carnivore, how would we deal with it? Go back quickly." Wu Yang and the rest were shocked. They only reacted now. Perhaps Lei Xingfeng was not afraid, but their strength was really not enough. No one picked up the lost giant sheep. They immediately withdrew their true forms and turned to run. Fortunately, the whole dug was nearby. Everyone immediately passed through the restriction and went underground. Lei Xingfeng stood guard at the back. In fact, after the giant sheep was killed, the smell of its blood had already spread. Then, Lei Xingfeng saw wolf-shaped beasts approaching. They were all huge beasts. There were also extremely huge flying beasts circling in the sky. Lei Xingfeng withdrew his true form and quickly flew back. Several large beasts quickly found the dead giant goat and began to fight over it. Their roars shook the wild grass. Lei Xingfeng entered the restriction and said, "Let's just focus on mining. Don't worry about anything else. We'll dig as much as we can." Wu Yang said, "Yes, a Feng, don't worry. As long as I have enough time, I can empty it out." Hearing this, Lei Xingfeng broke out in a cold sweat. People from poor places were really ruthless. They all had the determination to exterminate them. He said, "Grandmaster, it's impossible to empty them out. We don't have much time. Everyone, hurry up." Guqi said, "Don't worry, a Feng. We will work very hard." Everyone went underground again. Lei Xingfeng remained in the restriction, secretly observing the situation outside. The giant goat's corpse was surrounded by wolf-like beasts. The sound of fighting and tearing was extremely loud. Lei Xingfeng was secretly shocked. Although he didn't use his full strength in the attack just now, he was quite surprised by the sturdiness of the giant goat's skull. Lei Xingfeng didn't care because he was strong. At the same time, he could return to the mirror realm at any time. He wasn't afraid of being surrounded by the beasts here. However, Wu Yang and the others were in a more dangerous situation. The people from the secret sect basically couldn't survive on this continent. With this knowledge, Lei Xingfeng began to be careful. He didn't dare to let the people from the secret sect come to the surface. If they were targeted by the beasts, the people from the secret sect wouldn't be able to resist. Soon, the giant goat was torn to pieces. The wolf-like beasts ate the meat and then lazily left. Lei Xingfeng estimated that in less than 10 minutes, his hair stood on end. The beasts here were completely different from the ones he imagined. However, with his strength, there was no problem for the time being. He hadn't seen any beasts that were as strong as him. But just these beasts alone were enough for him to be careful. Lei Xingfeng didn't continue to stay on the surface for the time being. Instead, he went down to the underground mine. The entire mine was already connected. A few main pits were connected to countless small tunnels. Countless people from the secret sect were frantically digging. Here, low-level cultivators were leading normal people to excavate. The advantage of having low-level cultivators was that they could protect normal people when there was danger. For example, if a falling stone fell on a cultivator's head, it wouldn't be a problem. However, if it fell on a normal person, it would be fatal. The excavated ores were also placed in the low-level cultivator's hidden Luan space. Although their hidden Luan space wasn't very big, they didn't have to carry the ores away one by one. As long as the low-level cultivators collected the ores and filled up their hidden Luan space, they would just have to make a trip and send the ores away. In addition, the supplies were also carried by the low-level cultivators. With the hidden Luan space, a group of excavators was a good combination. Some of the excavators even brought steel puppet beasts. There were also large steel spiders. These were all auxiliary method. Under the command of the experts from the secret sects, the entire operation was organized and orderly. The efficiency was many times better than a swarm of bees. Wu Yang said, "Feng, we still need to check the direction of our excavation. The main thing is the direction of the large ore veins. We have to confirm it. This way, the efficiency will be higher." This time, even Xian Yao was excavating. She released her real body and directly opened up a huge space. Countless roots extended from the big tree and pierced into the rock. As they moved forward, large pieces of ores were peeled off. The surrounding excavators all went forward to clean up the ores. Everyone had their own unique skills. For example, La Zi used fire to burn and Gao Yi used ice to attack. They easily shattered countless ores. However, there were too few high-level cultivators. There were only about 10 people who could be the main excavators. They were responsible for excavating the largest tunnels. Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Okay, I'll go up and search. I'll come back and tell everyone." This time, Lei Xingfeng didn't go through the tunnel. Instead, he used the Mirror Realm's secret door to return to the surface. Because he didn't release his real body, he walked in the bushes. Quietly flying above the bushes, Lei Xingfeng began to observe the main ore veins on the ground. He recorded them with the Star Python record and flew down. Gradually, he got further and further away from the mining area. Then, he saw a familiar light. This kind of light from the ground represented many different meanings. Lei Xingfeng gradually understood some of the mysteries, especially one kind of light that left a deep impression on him. It was the light from an energy ore vein. A large energy vein appeared, causing Xian Feng to be overjoyed. If one were to talk about the materials that practitioners used the most, it would be energy crystals. In his hometown or outer space, natural energy crystal ores were the rarest. Once such ores appeared, practitioners would immediately dig them all up, leaving not a single bit behind. Every cultivator needed energy crystals. This was their motivation, just like energy in his previous life. Lei Xingfeng excitedly rubbed his hands. Other materials were fine. Some people could use them, while others couldn't. However, there was a huge amount of energy crystal ores that every cultivator needed. Looking at the location marked on the Star Python record, Lei Xingfeng didn't have time to continue investigating. He immediately opened the secret door and returned to his original position. Wu Yang was surprised. "You're back so soon? How was it?" Lei Xingfeng said, "It's a large natural energy crystal mine. Be careful when you excavate. I think there should be treasures inside. Energy crystal type treasures. Don't damage it. Here's the map." Wu Yang's eyes lit up. A natural energy crystal mine. This was a material that every cultivator in the secret door wanted. Moreover, it had sufficient energy and could quickly increase one's strength. He was pleasantly surprised. "How big is it?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Just dig along it. I can't see the end." Wu Yang shouted, "Okay!" For even him to lose his composure, the importance of this energy ore was obvious. Holding the star python record, Wu Yang ran off like a wisp of smoke. He needed to gather the upper echelons of the secret door and immediately organize people to dig in the designated location. He knew very well that Lei Xingfeng would set off at some point. At this time, there was no time to waste. The entire secret door was in an uproar. Every cultivator, especially the low-level ones, might be asked what they lacked the most. There might be a variety of answers, but when it came to energy crystals, there was only one answer. Very few, very few. If they could get their hands on even a little, it would be kept as a treasure. They usually used extremely ordinary energy. As for natural energy crystals, very few low-level cultivators could get their hands on such high-grade good. Hearing that there was such a mine, everyone was ecstatic. Wu Yang didn't need to mobilize them. Even the upper echelons of the secret door were unusually excited. Under Wu Yang's command, the huge secret door began to dig in the direction of the energy ore vein. Lei Xingfeng originally wanted to go out and investigate, but after thinking about it, he went to the front of the excavation. One had to know that he was the strongest, and his true body was also the strongest. When it came to digging, no one could beat him. A huge tunnel was excavated. Lei Xingfeng knew the location of the energy ore vein. With him as the arrowhead, they dug forward at an extremely fast speed. Behind them, a large group of people quickly cleaned up the excavated ore. Of course, this was not an energy ore, but a different kind of ore that could not be discarded. As Lei Xingfeng dug, a tunnel of 100 meters appeared. Lei Xingfeng's two hands were like giant excavators. The giant hands were made of energy and directly inserted into the ore. With a gentle pull, countless pieces of gravel fell down. This kind of efficiency was the highest in the secret door. Lei Xingfeng did not say a word. His two hands were like wind and fire wheels, swinging and digging. The people following behind saw a huge tunnel appear. Wu Yang and the others helped to clean up. From time to time, they would watch Lei Xingfeng dig. Wu Yang sighed, "This strength is simply terrifying." Chapter 863. Thunderstorm smiled proudly. Gucci couldn't help but say, "A Feng has solved our hidden sex problem this time." In fact, they had enough energy crystals. Lei Xingfeng had obtained a lot of stalagmite. The stalagmite crystals were of a higher grade than the crystals here, but they were only enough for high-level cultivators. Low-level cultivators generally lacked energy crystals. As long as there was enough time, the entire hidden sect would have enough energy crystals. Moreover, a large amount of energy crystals stored in the mirror realm would be greatly beneficial to the development of the mirror realm itself. Suddenly, Lei Xingfeng paused and said, "Found it." Large pieces of ore containing energy crystals were excavated. As Lei Xingfeng moved forward, the quality of the ore became better and better. Lei Xingfeng stopped and withdrew his real body. He said, "Okay, you can continue digging. Follow this direction and go all the way down. The others will dig to the sides. I believe you can handle it." Wu Yang said, "Don't worry about it. Go outside and continue searching." Lei Xingfeng smiled. "Wow, free labor." Gucci said, "Go, go, go, find a few more valuable mines." Lei Xingfeng rolled his eyes. "How can there be such a good thing?" Everyone laughed. Lei Xingfeng shook his head. "The ore here is enough to dig for a long time. Even if I find other large mines, we don't have the manpower to dig them." Wu Yang nodded. "Let's do our best to dig this mine clean first. We'll talk about the rest later." Thunderstorm said, "This natural energy mine is too important. A Feng, try to stay here for a while." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Okay." Of course, he wouldn't leave immediately with such a good thing. He estimated that even if he went outside, he might not be able to find a large natural energy mine. Even if he found one, they might not be able to dig it. No cultivator would easily give up a natural energy mine. Once they found one, they had to fight for it. It wouldn't be strange if a fight broke out over it. Lei Xingfeng opened the secret door of the realm of mirrors and went out again. This time, he planned to go to other places to take a look. Perhaps there would be more good stuff. Lei Xingfeng vaguely felt that this continent was quite strange. He needed some time to carefully search and find out the mysteries within. As for what secret it was, Xianfeng didn't know either, but he knew that it would be strange if this continent didn't have any secrets. This teleportation formation definitely had a purpose. One must know that when he was repairing the teleportation formation, this point was hidden from the public eye. He didn't think too much about it when he was repairing it back then, but now it seemed like there must be some secrets hidden within. On the plains, Lei Xingfeng discovered that all the species were incomparably huge. Compared to the mountainous areas, this change was even greater. The mountainous areas were slightly better and not as obvious. Xianfeng couldn't stop thinking about what was hidden here. After thinking about it, Lei Xingfeng began to fly high into the sky. He wanted to see the entire continent first. He might not be able to see everything, but he could see a little more clearly. In an instant, Lei Xingfeng was already very high up in the sky, overlooking the ground. At this time, Lei Xingfeng felt that the animals and plants on the ground seemed a little more normal. However, he knew very well how far this place was. The animals that should have been like ants were still very big. Silver light flickered in his eyes. After a moment, Lei Xingfeng let out a long sigh. With just a glance, he had already discovered another energy crystal vein. This place was too rich. Just as Lei Xingfeng was sighing with emotion, an eagle-shaped bird swooped over from the distance. This eagle's body was also incomparably huge. Its wingspan was more than 80 meters, and its speed was extremely fast. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but curse, "Feathered beast, I'm so small and you want to eat me?" He raised his hand and struck out a bolt of lightning. This bolt of lightning struck the eagle's body. The eagle immediately let out a sad cry and suddenly fell from the sky. In midair, it struggled to fly again and continued to attack Lei Xingfeng. It was very obvious that it was enraged. Lei Xingfeng also flew down. He didn't want to fight with the giant eagle in the sky. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky and struck the giant eagle's body. Although the lightning couldn't kill it, it made the giant eagle furious. Its feathers fluttered, and every bolt of lightning made the giant eagle slow down. Lei Xingfeng was shocked to find that the giant eagle was gradually adapting to the lightning attack. Increasing the speed of his descent, Lei Xingfeng had already released Lei Yin when he was close to the ground. Then, he released his true body. The moment his true body appeared, its two huge feet landed on the ground with a loud bang. The angry giant eagle was like a giant plane that had lost control, whistling as it slammed into Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng held his breath and instantly poured Lei Yin's power into his true body. He raised his huge fist and faced the incoming giant eagle with a punch. Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to be careless with this punch. One had to know that such a heavy and huge eagle swooped down from the sky. Just the impact of the impact alone would be extremely terrifying. This punch was aimed at the giant eagle's head. The giant eagle's head tilted slightly, and its body drooped down. Its two huge eagle claws were aimed at Lei Xingfeng's fist. The giant eagle stood upright, with its two claws in front. It was aiming at Lei Xingfeng's head. Lei Xingfeng didn't have time to change his punch. Both sides were extremely fast, and the punch landed on the giant eagle's claws. Gotcha! Boom! Lei Xingfeng used his full strength, and the giant eagle also used its full strength. However, Lei Xingfeng had two true ring bodies, and his body was made of energy, while the giant eagle was made of flesh and blood. If it could be compared to Lei Xingfeng's fist and claws, the giant eagle's claws would have been broken the moment the fist and claws collided. With a sharp cry, the giant eagle was sent flying by an unparalleled force. It had a taste of what it was like to fight with a true expert. It originally wanted to find some snacks to eat, but it ended up in such a miserable state. The giant eagle endured the pain and flapped its wings, wanting to fly away. How could Lei Xingfeng let it go? Who knew if it was alone or in a group? To Lei Xingfeng, since he had made a move, he might as well kill it. Lei Xingfeng's true body flashed, and he pounced over. He slapped the eagle's wings with his full strength. Once the giant eagle flew into the sky, Lei Xingfeng wouldn't be able to chase after it. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng's goal was to prevent the giant eagle from flying. Boom! Compared to Lei Xingfeng's true body, the giant eagle was still slightly smaller. This slap was extremely heavy, and with the lightning wrapped around it, it was different from the lightning released by his true body. It was countless times purer, which meant that the voltage was extremely high. Crackling sounds could be heard as the huge electric current flashed on the giant eagle's body. Then, the giant eagle's feathers started to burn. Lei Xingfeng took a few steps forward and punched again. This time, he aimed at the giant eagle's head. Pung! The giant eagle's shrill cry was suddenly cut off, and the giant eagle's head exploded. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but shake his head. This place was full of danger. Just one eagle had cost him a lot of effort. He had to use 2 punches and 1 slap to kill it. He was comparable to a human monarch rank expert. Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to stay here, and immediately flew away. The wild beasts here would immediately rush over when they smelled blood, and they were especially fast. This time, Lei Xingfeng moved along the river, sticking close to the river bank. He flew forward at an extremely fast speed. Although there were various animals drinking water here, Lei Xingfeng was fast, and Lei Xingfeng's body was still too small in the eyes of these huge beasts. As he moved forward at lightning speed, the surroundings started to become desolate, and the temperature started to rise rapidly. Lei Xingfeng quickly noticed the change, and he started to fly towards the sky. This way, he could see further. As for whether he would meet the giant eagle or the like, he couldn't be bothered at the moment. Thick smoke rose from afar, and Lei Xingfeng's heart skipped a beat. This was a sign of a volcano. If there was a volcano here, according to the abundance of resources here, the fire-type materials near the volcano would be incredible. He drew a streak of lightning in the sky and rushed over. Like a thunderbolt, Xianfeng's speed suddenly increased explosively. His heart was slightly shocked, but in the next moment, he had already crossed a large distance. This was the effect of the space restriction in the lightning stamp. In an instant, he reached the sky above the thick smoke. There were indeed many volcanic craters below, and they were densely packed together. Huge heat waves crazily surged upwards, forming an updraft that pushed Lei Xingfeng upwards. This area was very big, and Lei Xingfeng couldn't see the end of it except for the way he came. It was all volcanic craters and lava lake. The red lava flowed freely, forming countless red rivers. Lei Xingfeng continued to fly inside, and soon saw a large lava lake. The size of the lake was so big that it made people speechless. At this moment, a huge black back suddenly appeared, and it rolled around in the lava lake, splashing countless sparks, and then dived back down. Lei Xingfeng was dumbfounded. There was actually a creature in the lava. This creature's body was also extremely huge, and Lei Xingfeng didn't know how to describe it. After crossing the lava lake, Lei Xingfeng continued to fly inside. Along the way, his eyes flickered with silver light. After careful inspection, he found many fire elemental materials, and there was no lack of precious materials. However, he didn't think of digging for them yet, and continued to circle around this area. As he flew around and looked around, Lei Xingfeng's eyes flickered with silver light. He needed to find some suitable materials. Up until now, the materials he had collected were all precious materials. Ordinary materials couldn't attract his attention. If it was in the past, it could be said that there were materials everywhere, and he needed everything. However, at his current level, most of the materials weren't worth his attention. Occasionally, there would be some materials that emitted intense light. Lei Xingfeng would dive down to pick them up or dig them up. He would basically ignore the materials that weren't very tempting. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound in the distance. Lei Xingfeng looked into the distance and saw large amounts of smoke and dust rising. He thought, is it a volcanic eruption, or is there a battle? Chapter 864. Lei Xingfeng immediately thought of Xingfeng. He should be the one fighting. Only he would come to the place with the most fire elemental materials. Lei Xingfeng's body flashed, and with a thunderous sound, he disappeared from his original spot. Then, Lei Xingfeng saw Xingfeng fighting with a group of outsiders. Just one look was enough to shock him. There were at least 4 outsiders, and 2 more were standing outside. These outsiders had human forms, but upon closer inspection, they did not have many human features. They had 4 limbs, bone spikes on their backs, and black scales on their bodies. Their heads were like snakes, and their necks were rather long. Their bodies were about the same size as the creatures here, and they were all extremely huge. 2 of the outsiders were more than 80 meters long, and the other 2 were slightly smaller, about 60 meters long. If they stood up, although they were shorter than Xingfeng's true body, they were not much smaller. The last 2 outsiders were even bigger. The largest was 100 meters long, and the other was more than 90 meters long. They seemed to be watching the battle from the side. Lei Xingfeng hid about 400 to 500 meters away from the battle. In fact, he was already very close. The 4 of them surrounded Xingfeng, however. Xingfeng wasn't at a disadvantage at all. His attacks were impressive, but it was obvious that he was a bit impatient. Xingfeng understood the reason with a glance. It was because the 2 outsiders standing at the side were too much of a threat. His huge true body emitted rolling flames, and layers of them appeared. However, the outsiders here were also fire elemental, and they were not afraid of flames. They fought with the strength of their bodies. After all, Xingfeng's body was made of energy, and he had 2 true ring bodies. The energy was endless. In addition, Xingfeng had some special techniques that Dao Saints had. Xingfeng punched and kicked, and the outsiders who got close to him were pushed back. Lei Xingfeng noticed that Xingfeng was not attacking with his full strength. He was still holding back 30% of his strength. When he saw the 2 outsiders, Lei Xingfeng knew that Xingfeng was guarding against a sneak attack. Xingfeng complained incessantly in his heart. He had never thought that there would be outsiders here. Moreover, they were special outsiders who lived in the lava. He had found a treasure in the lava, but it turned out to be an outsider's treasure. Before he could grab it, 6 other outsiders had emerged from the lava lake one after another. The result was not surprising. It was just like when humans met outsiders. When outsiders met humans, as long as they could win, they would fight with their lives on the line. Lei Xingfeng gradually learned that there were many types of outsiders. There were ordinary outsiders and special outsiders. Actually, these outsiders were more like humans. They were born strong, and as time passed, their strength would continue to increase. They were completely different from cultivators. Born and bred, they were naturally powerful. However, very few outsiders knew how to cultivate. Of course, there were some ordinary outsiders who were like humans and had grasped a certain cultivation foundation. However, the ones who could truly become powerful were human cultivators. There were also a very small number of special outsiders who were born with powerful innate abilities. The 6 foreign races here were naturally strong races. In this special environment, their strength far exceeded their peers, and they could already fight with masters with 2 true ring bodies. The more Xingfeng fought, the more depressed he became. The key was that he could not restrain his opponent. Of course, his opponents could not restrain him either. He could forget about escaping. His speed had greatly increased after reaching the 2nd true ring body. However, the others were not slow either. If he did not have his true body, he would not be their opponent. He could only force himself to remain calm. They punched and kicked. After all, Xing Feng was stronger, and the 4 outsiders did not have the upper hand. At this time, another outsider joined the group battle. It was the 90-meter-tall outsider. His strength was clearly higher than the previous 4. Once he joined the battle, the pressure on Xing Feng increased greatly. Xian Feng was already 100 meters away from them. He didn't have any other thoughts other than to ambush them and kill at least one of them. Only then would he be able to maintain the balance. Xing Feng shouted as he fought. In fact, his heart was beating wildly. Although he was still strong enough, his aura had weakened. He was not used to this kind of group battle, especially when the opponents were not weak. He kept circling around, but the enemies behind him were always able to attack him. There was no place to lean against, and Xing Feng was so anxious that he kept roaring. Lei Xingfeng could not help but laugh. Xing Feng was actually very strong, but after being suppressed by his opponents, his aura had plummeted. This guy also had times when he was afraid. Xing Feng wanted to leave, but he could not. He could not win either. He was really in a difficult position. The opponents were very clever. Xing Feng wanted to grab one of them and attack. It would be best if he could kill one of them. However, when he focused on one of them, the other 5 would immediately help him. The most depressing thing was that he couldn't use his elemental attacks, so he couldn't make a fatal blow. This fatal blow was effective against other elemental outsiders, but it was useless against fire elemental outsiders. This made Xing Feng's greatest trump card useless. Even if he wanted to go all out, it would be very difficult. He had to be able to hit an outsider to death with his fists. The 5 surrounded Xing Feng like a merry-go-round, punching and kicking. Fortunately, Xing Feng had 2 true ring bodies and had endless energy. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold on. Just like this, he was already screaming like a ghost. Xian Feng could no longer move forward. The battle between Xing Feng and the 5 of them had caused flames and magma to fly everywhere. Xian Feng hid behind a large black rock. This rock didn't even melt in such a hot magma lake. It meant that the material was pretty good. A fire-attributed practitioner would definitely like it. Lei Xingfeng did not wait any longer. When the 90-meter-long outsider was only 10 meters away from him, Lei Xingfeng suddenly exploded. His true body suddenly appeared. He raised his hand and shot out a lightning ball. Then, he stepped forward and stood behind the outsider. Without saying a word, he stomped his foot. It was not an exaggeration to say how big this foot was. It was 7 to 8 meters long and was completely made of energy. It was also surrounded by countless lightning bolts. The lightning ball hit the outsider's body and instantly made him tremble. His running body slowed down for a moment. Lei Xingfeng was waiting for this opportunity. He stomped his foot fiercely. Boom! This kick was too fierce. It directly hit the outsider's waist. The 90-meter-long body was directly stomped into the lava, sinking deep into it. With one stomp, half of the outsider's body was stomped into the ground. Then, he swung his other foot and kicked the outsider's face. Boom! This kick accurately landed on the outsider's face. Lei Xingfeng used almost all his strength in this kick. Lei Yin's entire body emitted a dazzling light. This meant that he had used all his strength. These 2 violent explosions were almost connected. Before the other 4 people could react, Lei Xingfeng's third attack arrived. This attack was from Lei Xingfeng. He punched the outsider's neck. This was where he was the weakest. Once his neck was broken, he would not be able to live. This change was too fast. Xing Feng was stunned for a moment. Then, he heard the explosion. Then, he shouted in joy, "Wah! Wah! Kill him!" When he saw Lei Xingfeng come out, his mental state changed completely. As the saying goes, a dog threatens others with its master's power. This was not only true for dogs. It was the same for humans. Having companions and not having companions were 2 different states. It was too sullen. Finally, help had come. Xing Feng was so happy that he was about to explode. In the depths of his heart, there was still a trace of hope. He hoped that he could meet Lei Xingfeng. However, this trace of hope was too faint. He did not expect Lei Xingfeng to really appear. Moreover, he attacked as soon as he appeared. Xianfeng's fist landed on that outsider's neck, and with a loud "kacha" sound, that outsider didn't even make a sound before falling limp. Even if he didn't die, he had lost his ability to fight. The other 4 outsiders were stunned. They never thought that there would be another person, especially one who was so patient. At the most critical moment, he suddenly burst out and hurt them. They simply couldn't react. At this time, Lei Xingfeng had already pounced on another outsider. At the same time, he shouted, "Old Xing! F***ck!" Xing Feng shouted and pounced on the same person. The two of them had a tacit understanding. This was formed after being together for a long time. Lei Xingfeng directly pounced on the outsider. He raised his arm and elbowed the outsider. Because the outsider was not walking on his own and was half crawling on the ground, this elbow hit his head. Originally, Lei Xingfeng wanted to use his fist. However, he was too close. Therefore, he used his elbow to attack. In fact, using the elbow to attack was even more ferocious. As long as it hit, the power would be much greater than using a fist. The outsider was terrified. He raised both his arms and blocked in front of him. Kacha! One of his arms was broken. However, he had successfully blocked Lei Xingfeng's attack. However, blocking Lei Xingfeng's attack did not mean that he had blocked Xing Feng's attack. Xing Feng's fist landed on the outsider's left cheek. With a loud bang, the outsider's head shook crazily like a rattledrum. The strength of this punch had almost sent the outsider's head flying. Lei Xingfeng struck out with his elbow. Then, his giant hand grabbed the outsider's arm and pulled. At the same time, he turned around. Boom! An outsider's sneak attack landed on the outsider who was caught. Xing Feng blocked the other outsider who was pouncing on Lei Xingfeng. The two of them punched each other and retreated. However, they could not attack Lei Xingfeng. The outsider who was caught by Lei Xingfeng struggled with all his might. However, his strength could not compare to Lei Xingfeng's. After being caught by Lei Xingfeng, the outsider was scared out of his wits. He did not expect that he would not be able to break free. Lei Xingfeng roared. He grabbed the outsider's arm with one hand and grabbed his neck with the other. Then, he lifted the outsider up. Lei Xingfeng was more than 100 meters tall, while the outsider was only 60 meters tall. Although the outsider's body was heavy, Lei Xingfeng could still lift him up. Chapter 865. Finally, the outsider who had been watching coldly from the sidelines made his move. This person should be the most powerful one among this group of outsiders. His target was Lei Xingfeng, because Lei Xingfeng was holding onto an outsider. It could be seen that this expert was very nervous. Without waiting for the outsider to reach him, Lei Xingfeng had already swung the outsider in his hand. His favorite method was to swing heavy objects and smash them. Right now, he didn't have anything heavy in his hand, but there was an outsider. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng swung the outsider. Swinging people and smashing people was Lei Xingfeng's favorite thing to do. His huge true body swung the outsider, and amidst his strange cry, he ruthlessly smashed it towards the incoming outsider expert. Immediately after, Lei Xingfeng discovered that the opponent was actually very nervous. In an instant, he realized that this person should be nervous. The thing in his hand immediately made him feel very good. This meant that he could go all out, and the opponent would be restrained. Smash! Lei Xingfeng swung and smashed the outsider. The outsider's movements were extremely agile. When Lei Xingfeng swung the outsider in his hand and smashed it, he stretched out his hand and pushed the outsider's body, immediately dispersing the huge force. But even so, the outsider was still knocked unconscious. Lei Xingfeng was slightly startled. This person's strength was very high. He quickly made a judgment in his heart. As for who was stronger, he would have to fight to see. Xing Feng, on the other hand, saw an advantage. As long as Lei Xingfeng was entangled with the most powerful outsider, then he could be ruthless to the others. He couldn't do anything against a few outsiders, but against one or two of them, he wouldn't have any problems. When Lei Xingfeng was entangled with the most powerful outsider, Xing Feng began to explode. This guy had been suppressed for a long time and was about to explode. Finally, he found an opportunity and began to madly attack. One must know that this guy's strength wasn't weak at all. Xing Feng violently beat up the remaining two outsiders, while Lei Xingfeng was confronting the outsider. The two didn't make a move. The outsider wanted to help his companions several times, but he was blocked by Lei Xingfeng, and then the outsider kept roaring. The two outsiders who were fighting with Xing Feng wanted to escape, but they were firmly entangled by Xing Feng. At this time, the two outsiders were both injured. Just relying on their fists and feet, the two couldn't resist. Fortunately, Xing Feng's fire attribute was useless against the two outsiders, or his attacks would be even sharper. Lei Xingfeng was confronting the outsider. He had plenty of patience. As long as Xing Feng dealt with the last two outsiders, then the two of them could work together to deal with the most powerful outsider in front of them. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. The other outsider's mood was completely different. Previously, he was leisurely watching his own people besiege Xing Feng. He planned to go up and deal a thunderous blow after figuring out Xing Feng's method. However, Lei Xingfeng appeared, instantly killing one and knocking the other unconscious. This made him completely unable to calm down. Moreover, this outsider also discovered that Lei Xingfeng's strength seemed to be even stronger than his. Just now, when he smashed down, even though he had used some skill, his whole body was still numb from the shock. This was also the reason why he didn't dare to immediately rush up. In fact, he already had the thought of retreating. However, Lei Xingfeng didn't want to let him go. There was almost nothing to talk about between human cultivators and outsiders. When they met, they would fight to the death. This was especially true for powerful outsiders. They wouldn't let humans go, and the same went for high-level human cultivators. Lei Xingfeng coldly stared at the outsider. As long as the outsider moved, he would move. The two of them faced each other and stared at each other like this. On the other side, Xing Feng and the other two outsiders were fighting in full swing. All kinds of explosions, all kinds of flames, the fight was chaotic. Lei Xingfeng only had to rely on his intuition to know that although Xing Feng was alone, he was suppressing the other two. Finally, the guy confronting Lei Xingfeng couldn't hold back anymore. If he didn't act now, the two outsiders would be beaten to death by Xing Feng. They were already beaten to a pulp by Xing Feng, screaming in pain. The two of them also wanted to escape, but how could Xing Feng let them escape? Each punch was heavier than the last, and each kick was fiercer than the last. With a loud roar, the outsider pounced at Lei Xingfeng. He also understood that even if he couldn't kill Lei Xingfeng, he had to beat him back. Only then could he save the other two. Lei Xingfeng wasn't afraid. He met the outsider's attack head-on. The two of them continued to exchange blows. When Lei Xingfeng was at Tiger Cliff Castle, he had learned bare-handed combat. He had learned it for hunting. He also remembered some of the attacking methods from his previous life. In this life, after obtaining the true body, he discovered that these attacking methods could be used with the true body. Punches, kicks, knees, elbows, palms, head bashes, and even the impact of a huge body were all excellent means of attack. The true body was the greatest weapon. To be able to use this kind of weapon, fighting techniques were very important. Lei Xingfeng was very good at this. Each of Lei Xingfeng's punches and kicks caused his opponent to be in so much pain that they wished they were dead. However, when his true body was attacked, he relied on Lei Yin to absorb the pain. He didn't feel anything. This kind of battle was incomparably delightful. The outsider constantly raised magma. Large amounts of red magma smashed onto Lei Xingfeng's true body. Every time it hit, Lei Xingfeng's true body would shake a little, and the magma would be spat out. At the same time, large amounts of lightning surged out from the true body, causing arcs of electricity to appear everywhere. This lightning caused the opponent to suffer unspeakably. Every time it hit, the lightning would cause him to tremble. This slowed down his movements, allowing Lei Xingfeng to continuously find opportunities to beat him up. Every punch landed on his opponent's flesh, causing him to howl in pain. However, this person's strength was indeed very strong. One had to know that Lei Xingfeng's every punch was filled with his full strength. He couldn't wait to kill this guy in one punch so that he could help Xingfeng. At this time, a roar attracted the attention of Lei Xingfeng and the outsider he was fighting. They saw Xingfeng hugging an outsider and forcefully straightening his back. The outsider was forcefully lifted upside down by Xingfeng. Xingfeng's two hands clamped the outsider's legs and lifted him upside down. Then, with a loud roar, he directly used the outsider as a pestle and pounded him down. The other outsider attacked like a madman. Xingfeng was unmoved. He still pounded the outsider to the ground. With a loud bang, he lifted the outsider up and pounded him down again. The guy fighting Lei Xingfeng let out a mournful cry and then pounced towards Xingfeng. However, how could Lei Xingfeng let him leave? His body suddenly moved, and he rammed towards the outsider. Boom! The two huge bodies collided, causing countless flames and magma to erupt. The outsider didn't care. Even though he was knocked back repeatedly, he still charged towards Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng kicked out, directly hitting the outsider's thigh. The sky shook and the earth shook. This kick directly knocked the outsider to the ground. Taking advantage of the outsider's panic, Lei Xingfeng consecutively killed him. Xingfeng punched the alien 3 times in a row, and the alien was no longer breathing. His entire head and shoulders were smashed. Xingfeng then let go of his hand and turned to face the guy who had just punched and kicked him. He roared, "Are you done? I'll kill you!" As he spoke, he pounced forward. The outsider's expression was one of extreme fear. He kept screaming. Xingfeng scolded, "What are you screaming for? Scream for me to kill you too." Actually, Xingfeng was also injured. It wasn't his body that was injured, but the fire imprint. After all, even with his strength, he couldn't withstand the attacks of the outsider. Relying on this ferocious energy, he forcefully killed one opponent and then faced the remaining outsider. It was much easier for him. Lei Xingfeng and his opponent were also fighting fiercely. The two exchanged blows back and forth. For the first time, Lei Xingfeng felt somewhat strained. Lei Yin was constantly releasing energy to maintain his true body. Lightning bolts shot out as if they were free. Balls of lightning and bolts of lightning roared, causing the entire world to tremble. As the fight continued, the aura of the outsider was weakened bit by bit. He was gradually suppressed. After all, Lei Xingfeng was still stronger than him. Of course, as the fight continued, Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin was rapidly generating new restrictions. These restrictions were generated according to the needs of the fight. This was within Lei Xingfeng's expectations. The only thing that surprised him was that many of the restrictions were restrictions that he had never heard of before. In other words, these restrictions were for the sake of battle. Only during battle would they be generated in Lei Yin's body. Lei Xingfeng was getting stronger and stronger as he fought. This was because he really didn't fight often. He especially lacked opponents who were on par with him. Only such opponents could stimulate and perfect his Lei Yin. In the past, he didn't understand this principle. But after this fight, he understood that he needed a large number of battles to stimulate his Lei Yin. This was the best way to cultivate. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng wasn't in a hurry to defeat his opponent. Instead, he kept tangling with his opponent. This kind of opponent was really hard to come by. Originally, the outsider was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, he realized that his opponent's attacks had weakened. This gave him a chance to catch his breath. He was barely able to continue fighting with Lei Xingfeng. Otherwise, he would have collapsed. Xing Feng faced his only enemy. He laughed loudly and began to beat his opponent violently. The outsider wasn't Xing Feng's opponent at all. He wanted to escape but was beaten by Xing Feng several times. Their speeds were about the same. Xing Feng deliberately injured his leg. Therefore, he couldn't escape at all. Xing Feng wasn't afraid of the magma. In fact, the magma even had a strengthening effect on him. Xing Feng's laughter could be heard amidst the wailing. This guy was the same as Lei Xingfeng. After discovering the secret of the seal, he no longer pursued to kill his opponent immediately. Instead, he kept attacking crazily, hoping that his fire seal would grow. From time to time, Lei Xingfeng would relax his defense and let his opponent's attacks land on his real body. This way, he would be able to generate some restrictions. These restrictions were extremely beneficial to his defense. The outsider who was fighting with Lei Xingfeng was extremely puzzled. This was because he could feel that his opponent was going easy on him. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. Lei Xingfeng didn't deliberately kill him. This was completely different from the beginning of the fight. Chapter 866. Lei Xingfeng continued to attack unhurriedly. At the same time, he was also observing Lei Yin's changes. Then, he realized that Shao Kong was also busy guiding the restriction. Although he didn't know what Shao Kong was doing, he didn't stop him. As he attacked and defended, Lei Yin's changes were huge. When Lei Xingfeng absent-mindedly sent out a punch, a fist mark suddenly appeared on the opponent's body before the punch even landed. This attack was so sharp that the outsider instantly cried out. Lei Xingfeng was surprised for a moment. Then, he sent out another punch. However, this punch didn't have the same effect as before. After a few more tries, he finally got the same effect. It was like hitting a cow from a distance. Although this punch didn't land on the opponent's body, it left a mark. Lei Xingfeng immediately realized that this was the effect of the spatial restriction. Lei Xingfeng was pleasantly surprised. This attack was quite powerful, so he continued to experiment. The outsider was in a miserable state. Countless attacks landed on his body. He didn't die, but he felt that he couldn't take it anymore. The continuous attacks made him feel like he was about to collapse. Lei Xingfeng continued to attack unhurriedly. Finally, the outsider turned around and ran. He saw that Lei Xingfeng was ruthless and wanted to kill the remaining outsider. If he didn't run now, he wouldn't have any hope of surviving. Lei Xingfeng immediately increased his attacks and shouted, "Don't let that guy escape." Lei Xingfeng coldly said, "He can't escape." The outsider had only taken 2 steps when Lei Xingfeng struck him with 2 lightning bolts from behind. His speed immediately slowed down. Lei Xingfeng took 2 steps and sent out a punch. This time, he didn't bother and used all his strength. Just the sharp sound of this punch breaking through the air was enough to make people tremble in fear. Boom! 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 Like the beating of a drum, Lei Xingfeng's 2 fists took turns to strike the foreign tribesman. The foreign tribesman couldn't even cry out because his movements were slowed down by the 2 streaks of lightning. His reaction was a lot slower. This was also the result of Lei Xingfeng's high-voltage lightning. In an instant, it had extracted a large amount of Lei Yin's energy. Lei Yin was also undergoing tremendous changes. A large amount of energy crystals stored by Shao Kong began to melt rapidly, and the energy was replenished by the various restrictions in Lei Yin. Each of the punches sank into the outsider's body. One of the punches was especially powerful. Because the punch landed on the surface, the power of the punch penetrated into the outsider's body. With just this one punch, the outsider was severely injured. Xing Feng had also successfully injured his opponent. Lei Xingfeng pounced forward and grabbed onto the opponent's neck. His huge hand grabbed onto the opponent's head and twisted it forcefully. Gotcha! The sound of bones snapping could be heard as Lei Xingfeng broke the opponent's neck. This was Lei Xingfeng's killer move. The outsider's body went limp. Lei Xingfeng let go and said, "Old Xing, do you need help?" Xing Feng saw that this move was very effective and said, "No need. Watch me." He also grabbed onto the opponent's head and twisted it forcefully. As expected, the outsider couldn't resist. With his neck broken, there was basically no hope for him to live. The two of them stood and looked at each other. Then, they laughed out loud at the same time. This battle was carefree and unrestrained. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that the two of them understood a principle. The development of the seal required battle. The completion of the seal also required battle. Without battle, the seal's function was incomplete. Lei Xingfeng didn't have time to adjust the seal. However, he still needed to think about the new restrictions. He needed to remove the useless restrictions and leave the useful ones behind. He also needed to strengthen the useful ones. Xing Feng didn't have this problem. He didn't understand restrictions at all. He was already very happy to be able to add so many restrictions to the fire seal. After cultivating for so long, he already understood that the increase in restrictions in the fire seal meant an increase in strength. This was the most dangerous battle he had ever fought after advancing. Therefore, the increase in restrictions in the fire seal was very fast. Of course, it also consumed a large amount of energy crystals. After increasing the restrictions, he still needed to replenish some fire attribute materials. This was a matter for later. Therefore, Xing Feng wasn't in a hurry. Restrictions also needed time to grow. The corpse on the ground soon began to burn. Once the outsider died, his resistance to fire would completely disappear. Lei Xingfeng and Xing Feng both flew up and looked at the burning fire below. Lei Xingfeng said, "I wonder what will be left after the fire." Xing Feng smiled and said, "You also know that once something is burned, the useless things will be burned to ashes." But I have thought about it. Since it is an outsider with the fire attribute after being burned, he must have left some materials behind. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "All right. We don't have anything to do anyway. Let's wait here. The fire should be finished soon." Xing Feng said, "I'll go find some materials. Just now we were surrounded because we found some good materials." Lei Xingfeng said, "I also want fire attribute materials." Xing Feng said, "You're not a cultivator of the fire attribute. Why do you need fire attribute materials?" Lei Xingfeng said, There are materials that cultivators don't want? Just because I don't need them doesn't mean I don't want them. At least I can exchange them for other materials." Xing Feng said, "All right. Let's go together." Lei Xingfeng suddenly said, "That's not right. There are only 5 fires below. There should be 6 fires, right?" Xing Feng took a look and said in surprise, "There is indeed 1 fire missing. One ran away." Lei Xingfeng thought for a moment and said, "I know who ran away. It's the guy I used to smash. The strongest guy blocked my attack and probably knocked him out. He's not dead." Xing Feng said, "All right. Let's hurry up and find materials. I don't know if these outsiders have reinforcement." Outsiders were different from human cultivators. As long as they grew up, they were born to be powerful warriors. Therefore, there were more of them than human cultivators. This was also the reason why they were not afraid of human cultivators. Human cultivators would avoid them just because of their numbers. If there weren't many outsiders here, then it wouldn't be too big of a problem. However, if this was an area where outsiders gathered, then Lei Xingfeng and Xing Feng would become targets. Therefore, they had to collect materials quickly. Lei Xingfeng seemed to have seen the material Xing Feng was looking for before. It was just that he couldn't remember it because it was so long ago. It was a kind of purple crystal in the lava. It shouldn't be an energy crystal, but a kind of fire element material. Soon, Lei Xingfeng saw Xing Feng pick up a washbasin-sized purple crystal and put it away with his fire seal. Xing Feng said with a smile, "This kind of material is very useful for fire element cultivators when they reach the high level. They need a lot of it." I didn't expect there to be so many here. Many of them are treasures. He had already released his true body and was searching in the lava lake. Lei Xingfeng thought for a moment and didn't say anything. He flew a few meters above the lava lake. Silver light flickered in his eyes. In an instant, he saw a purple ball of light. Lei Xingfeng didn't even need to go down. He released Lei Yin and grabbed at the air. Suddenly, a purple crystal flew out from the lava lake. Then, he grabbed again. More and more purple crystals flew out and fell into his hand before disappearing. Xing Feng coincidentally turned his head and saw how Xian Feng had obtained the purple crystal. His entire body felt unwell as he widened his eyes. Is there a mistake, you? How could you obtain the purple crystal just like that? Then, a purple-black crystal flew out and was caught by Lei Xingfeng. He said, "This one is not bad." Then, he put it into his hidden Luan space. Xing Feng was about to go crazy. He shouted, "Hey! It's not just not bad, it's a top-quality item." After searching for a long time, Xing Feng still didn't get any. Most of the crystals he found were ordinary ones. Only a few were treasures. There wasn't a single top-quality one. Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "Lucky, lucky." Another 2 top-quality crystals flew out. Xing Feng's eyeballs were about to fall out. This was luck. What kind of luck was this? He made people depressed. How could he let people continue searching? Xian Feng confirmed the light emitted by the top-quality crystals. Then he turned to the top-quality crystals. His lightning stamp had the ability to retrieve items through the air, allowing him to use them to their fullest potential. He didn't even need to come into contact with the lava lake, as pieces of the top-quality purple crystals fell into his hands. At this time, Xing Feng was sure that Lei Xingfeng must have some unknown method to get these top-quality purple crystals. Then, Lei Xingfeng found other fire element materials glowing. Therefore, he didn't just get purple crystals. He also got other things. He didn't recognize many of them, but when he saw the light, he would take them out to have a look. Lei Xingfeng relied on his spatial ability to obtain large amounts of fire element materials from the lava lake. Lei Xingfeng even used his Lei Yin to absorb some materials. Lei Yin had many restrictions that required fire element materials. Xing Feng was completely dumbfounded. After searching for so long, he didn't get many top-quality items. On the other hand, Lei Xingfeng continuously took out all kinds of top-quality and top-quality items. In his eyes, there were no ordinary items. They were all good items. Xing Feng's eyes were about to turn red. However, these were found by Lei Xingfeng, not Xing Feng. Seeing that the best items were taken by Lei Xingfeng, Xing Feng had no choice but to stay away from Lei Xingfeng. He might be able to get some good materials in other places, but he was sure that he wouldn't get any if he stayed with Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng stopped after collecting a portion. These fire element materials weren't of much use to him. They were mainly for the secret sect. He then came to Xing Feng's side and said, "These are for you." He took out a portion of the top-quality and top-quality materials and gave them to Xing Feng. Xing Feng was pleasantly surprised. If Lei Xingfeng didn't give them to him, he wouldn't be angry at all. Giving them was a favor, but not giving them was a duty. Xing Feng understood this very clearly. He repeatedly thanked Lei Xingfeng. These materials weren't of much use to Lei Xingfeng, but they were of great use to Xing Feng. Chapter 867. The two of them circled around the lava lake. Lei Xingfeng continued to look for high-quality materials while Xing Feng followed. Sometimes, Lei Xingfeng would grab materials and let Xing Feng collect them. After circling around, Xing Feng realized that his harvest was much more than before. Xing Feng was full of praises. The two of them did not stay for long. After all, they were still wary of the outsiders. Who knew how many of them would come? The two of them did not leave this area. Instead, they flew in a different direction. After all, this was a place rich in materials. Xing Feng really did not want to leave. It was not easy to get materials. This kind of good place was worth fighting and risking their lives. Not long after, the two of them saw a huge volcanic mountain range. The entire world seemed to be burning. Xing Feng stared at the volcanic mountain range and said, "I am sure that this volcano has countless good things." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Yes, that should be the case. The volcanoes are so dense. However, old Xing, I feel that this mountain range should be the territory of the outsiders, right?" Xing Feng was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Even if it is the territory of the outsiders, we still have to go. Otherwise, it would be a waste. This kind of resource-rich area is not found everywhere. It is too rare." Lei Xingfeng understood him. If this was a lightning-type resource area, he would have the same thoughts. No matter what, he would have to go through it. Otherwise, he would not be able to sleep when he returned. Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "All right, old Xing. Since you want to go crazy, I will go crazy with you." Ha! Xing Feng also laughed. They were two Tao saints. Why would they need to be afraid of the outsiders? He was instantly filled with pride and said, "Let's go. Let's go." The two of them flew up and quickly flew towards the volcanic mountain range. As the number of volcanoes increased, the ground was filled with lava. It was like a dense network of rivers. The steam from the lava kept pushing the two of them up. Flying in the air, due to the heat, the two of them were able to fly with ease. Other than the outsiders, there were also creatures in the magma. However, they couldn't fly, so the two of them could only see their backs occasionally. Basically, they couldn't see their complete forms. Then there were the outsiders. So far, the two of them had only seen 6 foreign experts. Because of this, the two of them were quite relaxed. Soon, they entered the mountain range. Looking at the densely packed volcanic craters from high up in the sky, it was simply too nauseating. There were too many of them. Among them, 60% of them were spewing flames and magma, while a small number of them were extinct. Some of them were clearly glowing with various colors. Lei Xingfeng knew that it was the brilliance of various materials. He said, "Follow me." The two of them landed in the crater of a huge extinct volcano. It was still extremely hot here. Lei Xingfeng said, "There's a lot of good stuff here, let's dig." Because it was underground, he couldn't use the spatial restriction to extract it, so he had to dig it out first. Of course, it wasn't impossible to use the spatial restriction to extract it, but it would consume too much energy, so he couldn't bear to do it. After revealing its true form, the two giant hands plunged into the ground and forcefully lifted it up. Instantly, a large hole appeared in the ground, and a large amount of materials could be seen. Xing Feng was very smart. He asked, Feng, where should I dig?" Lei Xingfeng said, 20 steps forward, then 10 steps to the right, and you can start digging." Xing Feng was very obedient. Whatever Lei Xingfeng said, he would do. At this point, he was completely convinced of Lei Xingfeng's ability. As long as he listened, he would be able to get rich. Following Lei Xingfeng's instructions, they walked to the destination. Xing Feng released his true form and started digging. As expected, he dug out all kinds of materials, all of which he needed. The two of them dug happily. Lei Xingfeng's digging was completely different from Xing Feng's. He dug one spot at a time, aiming for the best materials. Moreover, he always succeeded. There were all kinds of top-grade materials. If Xing Feng was beside him, he would probably be angered to death. After spending half a day, Lei Xingfeng stopped digging. Xing Feng was still working energetically. Lei Xingfeng said, "All right, there aren't many good things left here. There's no need to continue digging." Xing Feng stopped and sighed. "If this was in the past, I wouldn't stop until I've dug up this mountain." Lei Xingfeng heard this and sweated profusely. He felt that this fellow was unable to endure his thirst. He said, "We'll have to stay here for a while. In the future, we might not be able to come here again. Let's dig as much as we can. However, we've already dug up most of the good things here. There's no need to continue." Let's go somewhere else. Xing Feng also said in high spirits, All right, let's go somewhere else. Haha. Let's go. The two of them flew out of the mountain pass and continued deeper into the volcanic mountain range. They both knew that as long as you were patient, you could definitely find a lot of materials. There would definitely be materials that they needed. Even though Lei Xingfeng was of the lightning attribute, most of the materials here were of the fire attribute. In fact, he could still use some of them. Along the way, the two of them didn't fly very fast. Lei Xingfeng was constantly searching. He needed to find a place with a lot of materials. This made him very picky. Xing Feng didn't have this ability. He was like a blind man touching an elephant when looking for materials. He would go wherever he found them. If he found them, it would be luck. If he didn't, it would be normal. However, after following Lei Xingfeng, he realized that as long as he dug, there would always be good things. He had never been empty-handed. Xing Feng had never felt like this before. He felt like he had directly fallen into a nest of materials. Collecting a large amount of materials would be of great help to his cultivation. This made Xing Feng smile from ear to ear. Although Lei Xingfeng had also collected a lot of materials, and his harvest was even better than Xing Feng's, it wasn't of much help to him. However, there were many fire attribute cultivators. In the secret sect, most of the cultivators were of the fire attribute. Therefore, these materials were of great help to the cultivators of the secret sect. As they went deeper into the mountain range, large volcanoes began to appear. More and more giant volcanic craters that were thousands of meters tall gradually appeared. There were large gullies that were filled with flowing magma. The temperature here was extremely high. Even Lei Xingfeng felt a little strained. He had to rely on Lei Yin to withstand the heat. It was too hot. Xing Feng had a leisurely look on his face. It was too comfortable. This was the kind of place Xing Feng liked to stay. Even if he cultivated, it would be very fast. However, this wasn't the time to cultivate. The two continued to search and excavate seriously. Even in a place filled with flames and magma, Lei Xingfeng still found a lot of materials that he could use. This made him feel very amazed. This place was a typical fire attribute paradise. The materials that could be produced weren't limited to fire attribute materials. After a period of searching and excavating, Lei Xingfeng became more and more certain. There were also thunder attribute, earth attribute, and metal attribute materials in the production area of fire attribute resources. Of course, there were relatively fewer thunder attribute materials. The two searched and plundered along the way. Soon, they arrived at a large canyon. There were all kinds of large canyons in other places. Lei Xingfeng and Xing Feng had seen many of them, so they didn't think much of them. However, when they entered this large canyon, they couldn't help but praise, "Good." The two cliffs were less than a few hundred meters apart. There was a low-lying area in the middle. It wasn't a river that flowed, but slowly moving red magma. This was the first time Lei Xingfeng had seen such a spectacle. A stream of red magma flowed slowly under the canyon. This visual effect was really awesome to the extreme. This was a large trumpet mouth. The entrance was narrow, but the inside was wide. It was like a split gourd. As soon as the two flew in, they saw a shocking scene. Along the cliffs, there were numerous holes. Countless outsiders were going in and out of them. When they saw the two flying in, they immediately let out sharp whistles. The outsiders here were different from the ones they had met before. They were much smaller in size. None of them were more than 30 meters long. Many of them were submerged in the magma. When they saw the two flying in, they hurriedly climbed out of the magma and drilled into the holes in the cliff. Lei Xingfeng said, "It seems like we've barged into an outsider's nest." Xing Feng said, "Should we retreat?" Lei Xingfeng noticed a detail. In the middle of the magma flow, there was a huge rock about 100 meters tall. When they had just entered, many outsiders had surrounded it. Lei Xingfeng's eyes flashed. He knew that he had found a treasure. He said, How can we retreat? I want the rock in the middle. Xing Feng learned his lesson and said, No problem. Give me half. Lei Xingfeng said, Damn, you want the rock too? Xing Feng laughed and said, Haha, what you want is good stuff. Of course, I won't let it go. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. The treasure should be hidden in the rock. He said, Let's each take half. No problem. Alright, do you want the top half or the bottom half? Xing Feng was stunned. He thought for a while, but he didn't know how to answer. Lei Xingfeng said, I'll give you a chance. You can choose first. Xing Feng hesitated for a long time. He didn't know whether to choose the top half or the bottom half. After a while he said, Okay, you choose first. Lei Xingfeng said, You won't regret it? His eyes were full of ridicule. Xing Feng's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't have a choice. He gritted his teeth and said, Okay, you choose. I won't regret it. Lei Xingfeng released his real body and fell into the lava. The lava was unexpectedly deep, reaching more than 50 meters. However, Lei Xingfeng's real body was more than 100 meters tall. The lava only reached his waist. Xing Feng also landed and released his real body. He smiled and said, You go first. I'll follow. Lei Xingfeng didn't care about the foreigners around him. He crashed into the huge rock in the middle. Boom! The huge rock was unexpectedly sturdy. It didn't break from the first hit. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng retreated and prepared for the second hit. Heads popped out from all the holes. The foreigners' eyes were full of hatred. Even Lei Xingfeng didn't understand why they hated human cultivators so much. Boom! The second hit. Chapter 868. The entire canyon was shaking. The force behind this strike was enormous, but even so, the boulder didn't break. Lei Xingfeng was depressed. How was he going to get the top half? He didn't believe it. Lei Xingfeng retreated again. Xing Feng laughed unkindly. At this time, before Lei Xingfeng could hit the boulder for the third time, countless outsiders rushed over. They were definitely going to risk their lives. Xing Feng shouted, I'll stop them. You don't have to worry about it. Lei Xingfeng said, Okay, then you do it. This time, he retreated slightly further, hoping to use his speed to hit the boulder. Groups of outsiders, according to Xian Feng and Xing Feng's point of view, were all underage outsiders. Anyways, they belonged to the category of weaklings with weak attack and defense. Compared to the 6 big fellows from before, they were far inferior. Xing Feng swept around. Anyone who came close to him was lifted up and thrown away. The lucky ones fell into the lava, while the unlucky ones smashed into the cliff. 2 20-meter-long little guys tried to stop Lei Xingfeng from hitting the boulder, but they were sent flying by Lei Xingfeng. Then, Lei Xingfeng's huge true body hit the boulder. After the third strike, Lei Xingfeng finally heard the cracking sound. Although it didn't break, he saw the hope of breaking it. They retreated once again. This time, even more outsiders gathered and attacked the 2 of them madly. However, because they were too weak, they couldn't touch the 2 of them at all. The 2 of them didn't kill them either. Instead, they simply tossed them aside. After the 4th strike, Lei Xingfeng didn't use his true body to hit the boulder. Instead, he punched continuously. After a dozen punches, the boulder finally broke. Lei Xingfeng grabbed it and put it into his hidden Luan space. Xing Feng rushed over. He immediately checked the broken section and shouted, Wow, this is what I need. Feng, help me block them. I want to dig. Xing Feng's eyes almost popped out. This thing was definitely a treasure. But he couldn't tell how much Lei Xingfeng had collected. But there were still many traces left behind. It was enough for him to use. Lei Xingfeng helped block the random attacks. He didn't care about these harmless attacks. He just didn't want them to affect Xing Feng. Xing Feng started digging. Then, he became flustered and exasperated. He couldn't dig. This thing was hard to the extreme. He used all kinds of methods, but he couldn't move it. He was so angry that he screamed. Lei Xingfeng grabbed people and threw them away while saying, "Xingfeng, you don't know how to use the fire seal to collect it directly." Xingfeng immediately reacted and used the fire seal to absorb the energy. This kind of forceful absorption was one of the methods of the seal. Basically, every high-level cultivator knew how to do it. However, this method of absorption had its drawbacks, which was that it consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, most cultivators were unwilling to do it. This time, Xingfeng didn't care about the energy crystal. This thing was so important. It was very helpful to the fire seal. He couldn't give it up. Using the fire seal to forcibly absorb energy also had its disadvantages. It would miss some of the materials, but Xingfeng couldn't care less. Due to the fire seal's strong power, the whole broken section exploded. Some of it was absorbed, while the rest fell into the magma and disappeared. The Outlanders let out cries of despair, each of them attacking without fear of death. Xingfeng shouted, "Is it over?" "It's over. Let's go." Xingfeng said unwillingly, "Why don't I kill all these little bugs?" Lei Xingfeng said, "This place is a treasure. It doesn't matter if you kill these little bugs or not." Killing people also required energy, which was why Xingfeng was too lazy to do so. Only those that came close were thrown out by Xingfeng. Most of them were thrown towards the cliff. If they were smashed to death, then so be it. If they weren't, then they were lucky. Xingfeng quickly put the fire seal back into his real body and said, "Forget it, let's go." Although he was a little unwilling, he was still quite satisfied with his harvest. The two of them rushed out. Not many of the outsiders had died, but many of them had been heavily injured. After being recognized, they had been smashed into the cliff walls and were half dead. Because there were no experts at home, the Outlanders could only watch as the two destroyed their race's sacred object. Seeing the two swagger out, even if they were furious, they didn't dare to go up and seek death. They could feel that the two couldn't kill them, but they didn't want to. These Outlanders weren't stupid. If they kept harassing them, they would really be courting death. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng and Xingfeng quickly got rid of the Outlanders and changed directions. Anyway, this place was too big. It was impossible to search the whole place. They could only wander around randomly. If they were lucky, they might find some good treasures. They didn't have a specific place to go. The two wandered around the volcanic area. They found a few Outlanders, but there was no one who could compete with them. Lei Xingfeng joked, "The ones we killed were the strongest Outlanders here?" Xingfeng said, "It's possible." "You don't say. This is only a continent, but there are so many experts. The two of us came from outer space. How big is that place?" "It's just the two of us." Lei Xingfeng thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. In such a big place, only he and Xingfeng had cultivated to their current realm. There might be others, but he hadn't seen or heard of them. This was a very small place, but there were actually people who could compete with them. If it was only Xingfeng fighting alone, it would be hard to say. To be able to nurture such outstanding Outlanders, this continent's resources had reached a dazzling level. Even the ordinary beasts and herbivores had become abnormally strong. This was something that couldn't be seen in outer space. Lei Xingfeng was a little puzzled. Is it the same in outer space? The two looked at each other, revealing a trace of excitement. If that was the case, their cultivation wouldn't be a problem. Xingfeng thought for a while and said, "It's difficult, very difficult. Actually, there's a big problem. Why did the experts build a transmission array to come here?" Lei Xingfeng said, "That's not clear, but we don't need to think too much about it. When we reach the outer space, we'll know what kind of environment it is and what kind of experts there are." Xingfeng said, "We don't know how long it'll take to get there." Lei Xingfeng said, "No matter where we go, we'll get there sooner or later. There's no need to rush. This place is really rich in resources, so we'll have to stay for a long time." He wanted more time to let the hidden sex people excavate more resources. He might not have such an opportunity in the future. Xing Feng wasn't in a hurry. He said, let's take it slow. After I perfect the dual flame seal, I need to accumulate materials to design my third flame seal. I don't know when I'll have enough materials. The materials for the third flame seal are all high-quality goods. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Lei Xingfeng didn't have this problem. He had ready-made Lei-yin, and not just one. He had a pile of Lei-yin. All he needed to do was modify the Lei-yin, redesign and inspire the Lei-yin. It would also take a lot of materials, but he was much better than Xing Feng. The amount of materials Xing Feng needed was already enough to make people despair, not to mention the large amount of high-quality materials. This was simply a nightmare to collect. Therefore, this kind of resource couldn't be given up no matter what. Spending a bit of time wasn't a problem for the two of them. However, Lei Xingfeng didn't plan to stay with Xing Feng. He said, Old Xing, there shouldn't be any danger here. There shouldn't be any foreign experts. You continue to collect materials. I'll go look elsewhere. Xing Feng blurted out, let's go together. Lei Xingfeng said, Old Xing, you need fire elemental materials, and I need thunder elemental materials. There aren't many suitable materials for me here. Are you sure you want to go to another place with me and waste such a suitable place to collect materials? Xing Feng was stunned. After a while, he said, you don't want to continue here? Lei Xingfeng said, nonsense. Everything here is what you need. I don't need much. Xing Feng said dejectedly, you're right. Okay. You go. He was a bit reluctant. It wasn't that he didn't want Lei Xingfeng to leave, but he didn't want to leave Lei Xingfeng's ability to discover mineral deposits. Lei Xingfeng was very straightforward. After saying goodbye, he immediately flew out. Xing Feng was stunned for a long time before he started running around the mountain again. Even if he didn't have Lei Xingfeng's ability to find mineral deposits, he had been collecting materials for many years. He had his own experience and method. Of course, his efficiency couldn't be compared to Lei Xingfeng's. Even so, Xing Feng knew that collecting materials here was much more efficient than before. There were materials all over the ground. It was up to him to find what he needed. Moreover, all high-level cultivators had a skill, which was to use their seals to determine where the materials they needed were. This was very troublesome. One had to keep the fire seal activated at all times and maintain a state of cultivation. This was very frustrating. Therefore, this method couldn't be used for long. As long as one could find a place with good materials and release the fire seal to absorb it, one would be able to determine if the materials were needed or not. Lei Xingfeng left Xing Feng and continued flying forward. If he hadn't met Xing Feng by chance, he wouldn't have traveled so far with him. However, because the materials they needed were different, and Lei Xingfeng had to take care of the secret door, the two of them were much better than going alone. Now, of course, he had to go alone. About 7 days later, Lei Xingfeng rushed out of the volcanic area. He didn't search for materials along the way and just kept flying forward. After coming out of the volcanic area, there was an endless primitive forest. There were countless unbelievably large plants and huge herbivores and carnivores. The most troublesome thing for him was the birds, especially the birds of prey. They often treated Lei Xingfeng as food. Chapter 869. Therefore, after entering the primeval forest, as long as he flew above the forest, there would be raptors trying to eat him. Of course, they were all killed by Lei Xingfeng every time. Although he didn't need to use his true body to kill the beasts, Xian Feng was annoyed that he had to do this every time. However, he didn't have any other choice. The animals here were all incomparably large, while his original body was too small. Unless he released his true body, there was no comparison. In the forest, Lei Xingfeng was not afraid of the huge animals, but he was annoyed by the various insects, especially the ants. Each of them was bigger than his body, and there were many ants that were 3 to 4 meters long. Once he killed one, there would be a group of them, and he could not kill them all. In the end, he could only leave. Lei Xingfeng was forced to walk in the forest by the raptors, but in the end, he was forced to fly out of the forest by the insects. He simply did not know what to do. He could not kill all the animals. Lei Xingfeng was not bored to this extent, so his actions became very strange. Once he was attacked, he would immediately choose to escape. It was not that he could not win, but that he did not want to be entangled. It was better not to do things that were laborious and unrewarding. The journey was quite tiring. All kinds of animals and insects saw Lei Xingfeng as if they saw a meal. Every one of them tried to taste him. For this reason, Lei Xingfeng either killed them or flew away. It was just that the more he walked, the more sullen he felt. Lei Xingfeng finally could not bear it and directly released his real body. He rampaged through the forest, scaring away all the animals and insects. As soon as his real body appeared, a huge momentum was revealed. These insects and animals were very sensitive and immediately knew that this big guy was not to be trifled with. After getting rid of the animals and insects, Lei Xingfeng finally felt better. It was just that using his real body to travel was too extravagant. Although the energy to maintain his real body could be endless, it would still consume a lot of energy. It was not that easy to maintain his real body. However, Lei Xingfeng had no choice but to release his real body. Otherwise, there would be more troubles. The huge real body walking in the forest was definitely like a tank driving into a small forest. Lei Xingfeng actually forced a path out. Trees collapsed, and with one step, countless trees and weeds were trampled. If one looked from the sky, a clear path extended from the forest. Finally, Lei Xingfeng walked out of the forest and entered another grassland. At this time, he withdrew his real body and continued to fly forward. After flying for less than half a day on the grassland, Xianfeng saw a lone red mountain peak. It was a mountain with a unique color, a scarlet red mountain. Rather than calling it a mountain, it would be more accurate to call it a giant rock. However, this rock was as big as a mountain. The most peculiar thing was its color and shape. It was a rectangular red rock. Lei Xingfeng was curious. He did not know what it was. Silver light flickered in his eyes. In an instant, Lei Xingfeng was stunned. The light was simply blinding. Lei Xingfeng had never seen this kind of light before. Even treasures did not have such intense light. Silver light. He was overjoyed. With Lei Xingfeng's experience, this thing was not just a treasure. It was a treasure that he did not know about. It might even be a super treasure. In a moment, Lei Xingfeng flew in front of the red rock. This rock was very big, about 500 to 600 meters tall. Its surface was bright red, and there were countless marks on it. The marks of being attacked were very clear. Someone had been here and tried to open the rock. Lei Xingfeng immediately made his own judgment. Lei Xingfeng's heart sank. Since someone had been here and could see that the rock was not opened, then the rock's hardness was probably not something an ordinary person could open. Releasing his true body, Lei Xingfeng tried punching. Boom! The entire rock didn't move at all. There weren't any cracks or fist marks. This was a rare sight. With Xianfeng's fist strength, even if it was such a large rock, it wouldn't be strange for him to destroy it with a single punch. This was something he could easily accomplish. However, this rock was completely different. His punch did not leave a single mark. It was like an ordinary person in his previous life punching a piece of steel. It would be strange if there was a mark left on it. And now Lei Xingfeng had such a feeling. It must be known that ever since he had cultivated his true body, he no longer had any concept of the hardness of rocks. To him, rocks were like tofu. With one punch, it would definitely be smashed into pieces. He did not expect this rock to be so hard. After punching and kicking, Lei Xingfeng looked at the red rock and could not help but shake his head. He knew that there was a treasure inside, but this was the first time he had seen such a hard rock. In the end, he used all his methods, but he could not even leave a mark on it. let alone break it. Looking at the marks left behind by the previous person, Lei Xingfeng was shocked. Who could leave such clear marks? This person was much stronger than him. After continuously attacking, Lei Xingfeng realized that his true body had used up a lot of energy. Every time he attacked with all his strength. After more than 10 attacks, Lei Yin actually used up a lot of energy. He reluctantly stopped. As a Tao Saint expert, although he was only at the initial stage, he had not met a worthy opponent along the way. He did not expect that a huge rock would block his attack. After walking around the huge rock, Lei Xingfeng discovered a strange phenomenon. This meant that this huge rock was not local, but foreign. The reason why he came to this conclusion was because the huge rock had no root. When he dug down, he found that there was soil under the huge rock. Although it was a few meters deep, it was because of the weight of the rock. This was a huge square. After looking around and inspecting, Lei Xingfeng was shocked. This rock was actually a whole piece. There were no cracks, and it was very smooth. Other than the marks left behind by attacks, there were no other traces of natural erosion. Of course, he had attacked many times, so he had also left behind very small marks. However, these marks made Lei Xingfeng feel very depressed. It was really embarrassing. He saw a fist mark that was actually half a foot deep. The huge fist mark looked as if it was carved into the huge rock. It was absolutely clear. One could only imagine how strong this person was. After thinking for a long time, Lei Xingfeng could not think of a way. He also tried to use his spatial skills to try and retrieve the thing in the huge rock. However, after a few tries, he failed. Nothing was retrieved. Such a huge rock could not be stored in the hidden Luan space. No matter how high one's cultivation was, one could not store a mountain in the hidden Luan space. Thinking about the hidden Luan space, Lei Xingfeng's heart moved. He had an extra treasure, the mirror world. Perhaps he could store it in the mirror world? Mobilizing the core power of the mirror world, Lei Xingfeng reached out and placed his hand on the huge rock. He secretly prayed that it would work. Regardless of what this thing was, if he could store it in the mirror world, when his strength reached a certain level, how could he not be able to open it? In an instant, with a strange sound, the huge rock disappeared without a trace. On the ground of the mirror world, there was suddenly a huge red rock. Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "Haha, I can't open it. I'll take you. Ha!" He proudly looked at the huge square pit on the ground. Although it was not deep, it was flat as if it was man-made. It was incomparably solid. Lei Xingfeng took a look and immediately bent down. The huge palm of his true body began to bombard the ground. He began to destroy the entire mark. He believed that it would not be long before this place was full of weed. Following the disappearance of the boulder, water slowly flowed in, quickly forming a puddle of mud. Due to Xianfeng's destruction of the edges, the entire ground had become a swamp. Not long after, no one would know that there was a boulder here. Even those who had been here before would wonder if they had found the wrong place. No one could take away such a heavy rock. The only possibility was that this was not the right place. That was why Lei Xingfeng was so happy. In any case, Lei Xingfeng felt that he had made a profit. However, he still did not know what this thing was. He would wait for an opportunity in the future to look for clues in this regard. After a moment, Lei Xingfeng left this place and continued to fly forward. As he flew, Lei Xingfeng was still thinking about the huge red rock. This rock was definitely strange. Just by looking at the dazzling silver light, it was definitely a peerless treasure. Could it be that the hidden teleportation of the teleportation array was for this huge rock? Lei Xingfeng was shocked by his own thought. How much would it cost? He thought that it was unlikely. However, he did not know that he had guessed the purpose of the teleportation array. It was built for this huge red rock. Because it could not be opened, because it could not be moved, and because the cost was too high, a teleportation array had to be built to enter this continent. Although Lei Xingfeng guessed it, He still did not know what this huge rock was for or what it was used for. However, his hobby of collecting things acted up. He simply put this huge rock into the mirror world. This was his luck. Of course, there were very few people in the mirror world now. They were all mining on this continent. Even ordinary people would enter to mine, not to mention practitioners. Those who could come back were those who were allowed to rest. As for injuries, no matter what kind of injuries they had, they would all be healed with Lei Xingyao's help. This huge red rock was different from the half of the rock he had obtained before. That one could be broken, but this one could not be moved. In other words, these two were completely different things. This difference, when Xianfeng's fist landed on the red rock, he completely understood. Chapter 870. Lei Xingfeng placed the half-broken stone he had obtained in his yard. This thing was huge, and he believed that any fire-type cultivator would naturally be attracted to it. Lei Xingfeng didn't need to go back personally. He could arrange it with the help of the Mirror Realm's core. As Lei Xingfeng's cultivation increased, his control of the Mirror Realm improved. In the past, he had to do many things himself, but now he only needed to think about it. Relying on the connection between Lei Yin and the Mirror Realm, Lei Xingfeng became more and more proficient, especially the ores excavated by all the members of the secret sect. These ores had to be placed in the Mirror Realm and were not allowed to be collected privately. In fact, there were no private collections. Many ores required high-level cultivators to condense. Low-level cultivators had no way to purify them. Moreover, most of these materials were not recognized by low-level cultivators. Even high-level cultivators might not recognize them, so it was useless to collect them. As long as something entered the Mirror Realm's warehouse, Lei Xingfeng could retrieve it at any time. No one could stop him. Lei Xingfeng continued to move forward in this magical land. When Lei Xingfeng discovered a large intertwined super-large ore vein, he began to feel numb. There were too many good things here, and it was really difficult to excavate them all. After setting up a teleportation point, he directly notified the people in the Mirror Realm and sent a group of people to excavate here. When Lei Xingfeng discovered several large ore veins in succession, he realized that there were not enough people in the secret sect. The more places he went, the more materials and ore veins he found. Especially with his eyes, he found all kinds of rare materials that others could not find. Due to the increase in materials, Lei Xingfeng began to have an idea. He planned to cultivate Lei Yin. The Lei Yin had reached a certain level and required a large amount of materials to form restrictions. Gradually, Lei Xingfeng also understood a principle. If he wanted to overlay Lei Yin, then he would have to erase the restriction on this Lei Yin. Of course, he couldn't erase all of it. He had to erase 80% to 90% of it. Only then would he be able to create a seal that matched his own Lei Yin. The previous layering method was rather reckless. If it wasn't for the fact that Lei Yin was very powerful and had two phases, there would probably be a problem. Because he was proficient in restrictions, when the Lei Yin grew, he consciously guided the entire Lei Yin to gradually harmonize. After a few more battles, the two Lei Yin gradually merged and became one. This process consumed too many materials. After fumbling around for so long, Lei Xingfeng was more and more in awe of Yin. This thing was like a seed. If it wanted to grow into a towering tree, it needed to rely on him to nurture it. One wrong step, and it could grow askew. It must be adjusted and cultivated at any time. Lei Xingfeng had become more and more aware of this truth. Moreover, the effect of cultivating here was excellent. Lei Xingfeng once tried it. It felt like flying. A restriction was produced almost every minute. No wonder the animals here could grow so big. Thinking of the size of the animals here, Lei Xingfeng's mind moved slightly, and the black bird was caught by Lei Xingfeng. The black bird was still a little confused. This guy was sleeping in the Mirror Realm, and inexplicably appeared in a strange environment. Which bastard provoked this bird? The black bird immediately saw Lei Xingfeng's face and hurriedly said, "Ah? Ga, I didn't expect it to be the boss. Ga. Lei Xingfeng said, "Who are you calling a bastard?" The black bird was frightened and hurriedly said, "No, who called a bastard? Tell the bird will scold him." Lei Xingfeng said, "You rascal, well, this place is very good. You can move around here by yourself. Follow me closely, but don't disturb me." The black bird flew back and forth, and then landed on Lei Xingfeng's shoulder. It was surprised and doubtful. What is this place?" Lei Xingfeng said, "What's the matter? Is there a problem?" The black bird said, "It's strange, the bird seems to be growing again. Strange. Lei Xingfeng said, "It seems that there are great benefits for plants and animals here. Don't be suspicious, enjoy it." The black bird said, "Enjoy what? What do you mean?" Lei Xingfeng knew that even if the black bird was very smart, some ideas were difficult for it to understand, and Lei Xingfeng didn't want to waste his breath. He said, "Don't worry about what it means, just follow me, okay? If not, I'll throw you back into the mirror world." The black bird squawked a few times and said, Don't throw the bird into the mirror world. The bird will follow, okay? The house is too lonely. There isn't even a female bird." Lei Xingfeng was surprised. This bird had this hobby? He didn't notice it before. Could it be that it had begun to develop? Female bird? What do you want to do? Want a wife? The black bird raised its small head and said, Of course, with a companion, the bird will not be lonely." Lei Xingfeng said, "This is a bit difficult, to find a bird like you again." The black bird said, "Is it difficult? The bird thinks otherwise." Lei Xingfeng said, "Oh, why not?" The black bird said, "There is nothing difficult in the world. I'm afraid of a bird with a heart." Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, Good bird. There is nothing difficult in the world. I'm afraid of a bird with a heart. Ha. These words were actually said by Lei Xingfeng, but the black bird changed one word, which made Lei Xingfeng unable to hold back his laughter. The black bird was sometimes his happy fruit, of course. It was also very annoying when it was noisy. After about half an hour, the bird quickly quieted down. It stopped on Lei Xingfeng's shoulder and seemed unusually quiet, which surprised Lei Xingfeng. Generally speaking, as long as the black bird stopped on the shoulder, this guy would not shut up. This was a very nagging bird. Lei Xingfeng said, "Why aren't you talking?" The black bird said, "This place. The bird thinks it's not normal. It's really not normal, but it's good for the bird." This sentence again, Lei Xingfeng's heart moved slightly. Animals had better intuition than humans, this he had always admitted. In other words, if the bird said that this place was not normal, then it might really be abnormal. As for what was abnormal, Lei Xingfeng had no way of knowing. Lei Xingfeng was too lazy to guess whether this abnormality was good or bad for the blackbird. Anyway, if there was something wrong, he just had to throw the blackbird back into the mirror realm. It was no big deal. The blackbird no longer spoke, the whole bird seemed to be frozen. It just grabbed Lei Xingfeng's collar, motionless, as if it was dead. Lei Xingfeng did not care, but continued to fly forward. Lei Xingfeng still flew in the air. He wanted to see further, so he flew higher and higher, gradually rising to the sky. During this time, he killed a bird that wanted to eat him. This continent was very big, extraordinarily big. Lei Xingfeng roamed this continent in a hurry for 10 years. During this time, he found many rare treasures and large mines. In any case, he was not going to meet up with Xingfeng for the time being. And if Xingfeng could not find Lei Xingfeng, he could not leave. During this time, Lei Xingfeng thoroughly understood the changes in the two Lei Yin. He also understood the use of many restrictions on the Lei Yin. This gave him the idea of layering a third Lei Yin. Lei Xingfeng had always thought that Dao saints with 2 true ring bodies should be considered basic experts, which meant that they had just stepped into the realm of experts. They were different from the cultivators in his hometown. This difference was determined by the overall cultivation environment. Then, with the standard of 2 true ring bodies, entering the outside world would definitely be dangerous. However, Lei Xingfeng understood that experts would always be experts. There would definitely be a limit to the number of experts in a place. The reason was very simple: resources were limited. Resources were limited in any place, and experts used up a terrifying amount of resources. Even in a place with abundant resources, not everyone had the qualifications to cultivate to the level of an expert. This involved techniques, one's aptitude, the quality of one's master, and various other difficulties. The reason Lei Xingfeng wanted to layer a third Lei Yin was to make himself stronger. He never dared to underestimate anyone, especially in a foreign place like the outside world. After wandering for 10 years, Lei Xingfeng was almost done with his preparations. The main thing was to prepare the materials and redesign the Lei Yin. He had already begun to design the Lei Yin himself. Of course, he wouldn't refine a new Lei Yin. That would consume too many materials. He would use a ready-made Lei Yin to modify it. After finding a relatively hidden place, Lei Xingfeng began to set up restrictions. This was a compound restriction. The speed at which he set up restrictions was much faster than before. With a wave of his hand, a restriction was set up. Soon, a rather high-level restriction formation appeared. Even if an expert with 2 true ring bodies came, it would be very difficult to break it. Lei Xingfeng checked it carefully and nodded in satisfaction. He said to the blackbird, "Are you going to return to the mirror realm or stay here?" The blackbird basically ate once a month. The rest of the time, it would silently perch on Xianfeng's shoulder, not speaking at all. The blackbird cried a few times and said, "The bird is waiting outside the restriction." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Go, go." The blackbird spread its wings and flew out. Lei Xingfeng activated the restriction and returned to the center of the restriction. He quickly brought out a small wooden house from the mirror realm. In fact, this wooden house should be a wooden shed, but there were walls at the back and 3 sides were empty. This wooden shed was very small, only a few square meters in size. It was enough for a person to lie down and sleep. Lei Xingfeng sat in the wooden shed and took out a Lei Yin. This Lei Yin had undergone some processing, but the basic structure had not changed. First, he released his own 2 Lei Yin, and then used the 2 Lei Yin to affect the Lei Yin in his hand. Lei Xingfeng had always admired the 7-story pagoda Lei Yin. He didn't know how to cultivate it. 7 Lei Yin, he really didn't know how many thunder attribute materials were needed. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Lei Xingfeng had a deep understanding. His own Lei Yin consumed a lot of materials. From the beginning, it was weak to the current strength. It was really a huge amount of materials. Chapter 871. As for the Lei Yin, he didn't know how many materials he had used to stack it. However, ever since Lei Xingfeng had stacked it onto his Lei Yin, he had spent a large amount of materials to fuse the 2 Lei Yin. Every time he thought about this, Lei Xingfeng felt a sense of fear. However, he had obtained so many materials this time, and many of them could be used by him. In addition, he was wary of the outside world. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng made up his mind to stack another Lei Yin. Once the 3 Lei Yin were successfully stacked, it would mean that Lei Xingfeng had successfully advanced and become a Tao saint with 3 true ring bodies. Perhaps his strength would increase greatly. Lei Xingfeng's understanding of the 3 true ring bodies was all guesswork because he had never seen a cultivator with 3 true ring bodies. The way he dealt with Lei Yin this time was completely different from the last time. Previously, Lei Xingfeng had considered more about how to fuse the Lei Yin together and stack it successfully. This time, Lei Xingfeng had considered more about how to design the Lei Yin. Therefore, the first step was to erase most of the restrictions on Lei Yin. These restrictions had been gradually grown by the previous owner through cultivation, training, and battles. These restrictions might not meet Lei Xingfeng's requirements, especially once Lei Xingfeng fought and cultivated. These restrictions might not be able to help Lei Xingfeng. After learning restrictions until now, Lei Xingfeng had already understood that the so-called restrictions all came from Lei Yin. Perhaps the appearance of the restrictions in the first seal meant that restrictions became the most important part of a cultivator. Ever since Lei Xingfeng had grasped the mysteries of restrictions, he had a new understanding of restrictions. He also had his own unique view of restrictions produced by seals. Therefore, he had his own unique design for the modification of Lei Yin. He had kept a few major restrictions in the original Thunder Stamp, which couldn't be erased. Once it was erased, the entire Thunder Stamp wouldn't be able to be established. It would immediately collapse, and the spiritual beings in the Thunder Stamp would also die. The phase in Lei Yin were very important to the stacking of Lei Yin. Once they died, it would be very difficult to control the stacking of Lei Yin. This also meant that the third true ring body wouldn't be formed. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng had to keep these few important restrictions and erase all the other restrictions. Lei Xingfeng relied on his two seals to forcefully remove the restrictions in the new Lei Yin. A large number of restrictions were removed. This Lei Yin had more than 1,000,000 restrictions. Lei Xingfeng's two seals didn't have that many restrictions. In fact, when Lei Yin started stacking, the stacked Lei Yin also had a large number of restrictions. However, after stacking, Lei Xingfeng started to consciously erase the useless restrictions. This process had been ongoing and had affected Lei Xingfeng's cultivation. There were too many useless restrictions. This time, Lei Xingfeng wouldn't make the same mistake. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to erase the previous owner's restrictions. Among the 1,000,000 restrictions, he only kept 7 restriction clusters. Each cluster didn't have more than 1,000 restrictions. In other words, 99% of the restrictions had been erased. The removed restrictions wouldn't disappear and would be automatically absorbed by the Lei Yin. Once combined with Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin, the restrictions would grow again. These restrictions were truly suitable for Lei Xingfeng. After erasing a restriction, the entire Lei Yin was trembling. This was the process of rebirth. This was the process of Lei Yin's rebirth. If this Lei Yin hadn't been obtained by Lei Xingfeng, as time passed, it would have exhausted all its energy sooner or later. At that time, this Lei Yin would have truly died. It would be impossible to use it again. Lei Xingfeng obtained this 7-story pagoda-shaped Lei Yin. Due to its extremely high level, the Lei Yin itself could circulate energy. This greatly reduced the consumption of energy. This was why it had been maintained until Lei Xingfeng obtained it. However, when Lei Xingfeng erased the restrictions, he discovered that more than 40% of the restrictions in the Lei Yin had been destroyed. It was like a river. There was no problem with the source, and there was still water flowing down, forming various main streams. However, halfway through, the water would dry up. There would be no water downstream, and it would lose its function as a river. What Lei Xingfeng wanted to do was to preserve the source and erase the main streams of the tributaries. If he didn't erase it, he wouldn't know. If he erased it, he would be shocked. Every corner of the Lei Yin was filled with restrictions. One had to know that the owner of the original seal should have been a 7-ring true body. In other words, he was only 2 rings away from reaching the peak. It was unknown how many years these restrictions had been nurtured and how many materials had been used. If he wanted to erase them, just the quantity alone would dazzle Lei Xingfeng. Even if he erased a few thousand restrictions in a day, it would still take a few hundred days. Moreover, if he wanted to completely erase them without damaging the original materials, he would need the help of Shao Kong and the spirit items in the Lei Yin. Lei Xingfeng didn't expect it to be so difficult. For him, erasing wasn't as simple as destroying them, but breaking them down and dismantling them. Many things had to be preserved for his own growth. If it was just to erase them, then it was very simple. He just had to destroy them. In a day, Lei Xingfeng destroyed 200 restrictions. He was dumbfounded. This kind of efficiency was too low. However, he really couldn't bear to let Lei Xingfeng destroy the restrictions. Just seeing so many rare materials made him unable to remain indifferent. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng obediently dismantled the restrictions. Originally, he had planned to erase the restrictions, but now, he could only dismantle them. The price of erasing them was too high, and he really couldn't bear it. Fortunately, he had Xiao Kong's help. Xiao Kong's spatial technique could help Lei Xingfeng quickly dismantle the restrictions, saving him a lot of energy. If there was an outsider present, and they saw Lei Xingfeng holding a Lei Yin without moving, with a Lei Yin suspended above his head and slowly rotating, from time to time, tiny bolts of lightning would shoot into the Lei Yin in his hand. The image was really strange. Sitting there for a few hundred days, Xian Feng's speed of removing restrictions was extremely fast. He only needed to take a glance at them to know what to do. In a day, he could remove 2,000 restrictions, no more and no less. As for the secret door and Lei Yin, Lei Xingfeng couldn't care less about them. Other than eating and sleeping when he was really tired, he spent the rest of his time on the Lei Yin. He was really busy without sleep or rest. After all the restrictions at the end were dismantled, only the branch restrictions were left. In other words, they were the more important restrictions. Lei Xingfeng became more and more cautious because he realized that there were many restrictions that he didn't understand. Therefore, his speed slowed down again because he had to record these restrictions and analyze them to find out what they were used for. This time, his speed slowed down again, and it was extremely slow. Dismantling one restriction a day was already not bad. Even if he could only dismantle one restriction a day, Lei Xingfeng still felt a great sense of accomplishment because dismantling restrictions wasn't boring at all. As he studied and dismantled the restrictions, his knowledge of restrictions grew by leaps and bounds. This fusion of Lei Yin and Lei Yin's control of the restrictions in the Lei Yin was many times better than those cultivators who didn't know the reason. More than 90% of cultivators didn't understand the restrictions in the seal. Their restrictions were completely self-sustaining. It was extremely difficult for them to grow in balance, especially for the fusion seal. Suddenly, Lei Xingfeng understood how difficult it was to become a super expert and have 9 seals. When a seal was refined, once it reached a certain level, it would give birth to the first restriction. Following the formation of this restriction, every time one cultivated, a new restriction would be born. Some of the restrictions would be very useful, while others would only have a small effect. These kinds of small or even useless restrictions would appear more and more as one cultivated. In Lei Xingfeng's eyes, these restrictions were useless, but they occupied some very important positions. This forced the owner of the seal to use more precious materials to expand the entire seal. And the expansion of the seal would give birth to many useless restrictions. Such a seal's efficiency would be very low, but it would require countless materials to fill it. This was the reason why cultivators had to use countless materials. Once the seal expanded to a certain level, it would basically reach its limit. Only with extremely precious materials could it expand the seal. This was a vicious cycle. In the end, the cultivator would be stuck at a bottleneck, unable to advance any further. His seal would be completely filled with restrictions, and most of them would be useless. The original owner of the Lei Yin in Lei Xingfeng's hand was quite amazing. According to Lei Xingfeng's understanding of the seal, this person's Lei Yin was very powerful. At least 50% of the restrictions were useful, and the most important ones were very good. In other words, this Lei Yin had a 50% efficiency. According to Lei Xingfeng's speculation, this was already extremely high efficiency. Using Lei Xingfeng's own Lei Yin as an example, before he understood the restrictions of the Lei Yin, his Lei Yin was only useful about 20%. After he understood the Lei Yin, and knew that the restrictions in the Lei Yin could be adjusted, he gradually adjusted it to 40%. After fusing the two lightning stamps, Xian Feng finally understood what the seal was all about, and it had already been a long time since he had fused the two lightning stamp. Until now, Lei Xingfeng's own Lei Yin's maximum efficiency could be used about 65%. It would be very difficult to increase it further. This was because some restrictions, although useless, couldn't be removed. Even if the restriction looked useless, it couldn't be removed. Even if it was removed by force, once you started cultivating, the restriction would be the first to be produced. These restrictions were called auxiliary restrictions by Lei Xingfeng. Generally, when the main restriction was produced, these restrictions would follow. Of course, this was only a small portion of the restrictions. There were about 20% of the restrictions that were really useless. If one had the ability, they could be removed. If one didn't have the ability, one could only watch them occupy the space and consume energy without any effect. After refining this Lei Yin, Lei Xingfeng's thoughts became clearer. When he looked back at his own Lei Yin, he understood that what he did before was far from enough. His own Lei Yin also had to be recultivated. Chapter 872. After 10 years, Lei Xingfeng finally sorted out the third Lei Yin. During this period, he also spent a lot of time sorting out his own Lei Yin. Among the two Lei Yin, his own Lei Yin took a lot of time, but the superimposed Lei Yin took a lot of time. It was mainly to remove the useless restrictions. Some restrictions were left by the previous owner and were not very useful, so they were also removed this time. Lei Xingfeng realized that just clearing out the restrictions in the Lei Yin was a complicated project. However, by clearing out the restrictions, he could also get some materials. These materials made Lei Xingfeng amazed. Basically, they were all treasure-level materials. He didn't know how much effort the original owner of the seal spent to obtain them. Just the materials that were disassembled, Lei Xingfeng felt that he could refine a basic Lei Yin. It was too rich and too wasteful. Without hesitation, he transferred the disassembled materials to his Lei Yin through Shao Kong. That was the original seal and also the most basic seal. It required a lot of precious materials. In addition to the pagoda-shaped Lei Yin, Lei Xingfeng also obtained other seals, including the Lei Yin. However, the level of those seals was relatively low, so he didn't pay attention to them. However, after disassembling them, he understood that a lot of materials could be obtained from those seals. Especially with Shao Kong, there was no difficulty. Shao Kong's spatial skill was very powerful. Many materials couldn't resist disassembling under his skill. He could instantly disassemble the original materials, or even better than the original, because Shao Kong could also purify them. Lei Xingfeng went back to the Mirror Realm every year to avoid Wu Yang and the others worrying. Looking at the time, it was about time to go back. The lightning stamp was finally cleared, but to merge it, there were still a few steps. Other than the materials, he also had to inform Xing Feng, or else that fellow would go crazy. In these 10 years, Xian Feng didn't even see him. Lei Xingfeng got up and disappeared without a trace. Through the Mirror Realm and his own secret door, he could basically go anywhere on the continent in an instant. Back at the teleportation point, Lei Xingfeng saw Xing Feng walking in circles. He couldn't help but smile. "Old Xing, were you waiting for me?" When Xing Feng saw Lei Xingfeng, it was as if he saw a relative. He rushed over and said, Feng, what took you so long?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I was cultivating the third Lei Yin." Xing Feng was stunned. "What do you mean? You want 3 true ring bodies?" Xian Feng nodded vigorously. "That's right, 3 true ring bodies." Xing Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. "How is that possible?" Lei Xingfeng smiled. "How is it not possible? I've already cultivated half of it, so I wanted to find you and tell you." Xing Feng didn't wait for Lei Xingfeng to finish and interrupted him. "You want to stay here?" Lei Xingfeng smiled. What if it's you? Xing Feng said without hesitation. Of course I'll stay. Xian Feng nodded. Okay. As he spoke, he suddenly disappeared. Xing Feng was still in shock when he suddenly realized that Lei Xingfeng was gone. He couldn't help but shout, Hey, hey! How long are you going to stay? The surroundings were silent. No one answered. Xing Feng stomped his feet. This continent wasn't small. Finding a person was like finding a needle in a haystack. He could only wait at a certain location. Otherwise, it was impossible to meet. He stomped his feet, causing the ground to collapse. Xing Feng snorted. Are you afraid that I'll object? You ran faster than a ghost. Is there a need for that? Xing Feng had no choice but to continue staying here. He originally planned to meet Lei Xingfeng and leave no matter what. Who knew that Lei Xingfeng would disappear after a few words? He didn't know that Lei Xingfeng had brought a whole family of people from the hidden sect to mine ores. Even after 10 years of mining, they still couldn't mine all the ores. In the hidden sect, newborns could still follow their parents to mine ores and earn some money. There were countless animals and all kinds of strange plants in this world. Under Lei Xingyao's command, they harvested and transplanted many edible plants. As for animals, a giant bison was enough for everyone in the hidden sect to eat for a few days. This place was rich in resources. Not to mention the higher-ups like Lei Xingfeng, even ordinary people didn't want to leave. This place was very nourishing. It could be seen from the growth of the next generation. Every one of them was burly. Children who were only 10 years old were even stronger than their parents. What made Wu Yang the happiest was that he found that many of the newborns in this generation had the potential to cultivate. There were even a few children who had such good potential that even he couldn't help but sigh. Because this place was rich in resources, every child with potential could obtain a large amount of cultivation materials. It was completely different from when Lei Xingfeng entered the sect. At that time, he had to find his own materials. The hidden sect only provided him with protection and a certain cultivation method. Wu Yang and Gucci sighed every time. Although they had stopped taking in disciples a long time ago, they were still very envious of the children who were cultivating. The conditions were too good. Lei Xingfeng was basically a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. Not to mention taking in disciples, all the in-name disciples he took in the past were all transferred to others. He really didn't have time to teach them, so it could be said that he didn't have any disciples now. Lei Xingfeng returned to the mirror realm in an instant, but Xingfeng didn't notice at all. This was the advantage of controlling the mirror realm. He could come and go without a trace. It was difficult for others to find any clues. Unless there was an extremely rare space attribute, such a cultivator might be able to see something. However, Lei Xingfeng had never seen such a cultivator before. When he returned to his courtyard, there were a few people sitting in the wooden shed. Wu Yang, Gucci, Thunderstorm, Qi Meiyun, and Xian Zhaoluan were all there. The two seemed to be talking about something. Seeing Lei Xingfeng appear, Wu Yang waved and said, Feng, come here. Lei Xingfeng walked into the wooden shed and sat down. He said, What? Wu Yang said, The recently excavated mineral veins are almost done, so a lot of people are free. Are there any new mining areas now? Lei Xingfeng took out the star python record and said, Here, and here are all large mineral veins. I was going to give them up. Now there is still time. We can excavate them. Xian Zhaoluan smiled bitterly. There are more? So they were going to let everyone take turns to rest. Qi Meiyun said, Yes, everyone is quite tired. Lei Xingfeng said, Aren't there a lot of steel puppet beasts in the mirror realm? Send more of them there. Qi Meiyun said, Almost all of them have been sent. Now Jing Zia is in command. She is the only one who can command well, but everyone is still very tired. Lei Xingfeng said, Then let's take turns to rest. By the way, according to the contribution, those who have contributed a lot can take turns to rest. Those who have contributed a little can continue to dig. Qi Meiyun glanced at Lei Xingfeng and said, Feng, you are so bad. Lei Xingfeng said innocently, it's just a suggestion. Let them record the number of ores they have excavated, and then use it to exchange for the materials they need for cultivation. Xian Zhaoluan smiled and said, Feng, it has been like this for a long time. This is your suggestion. Lei Xingfeng also smiled and said, Haha, I forgot. Wu Yang smiled and said, Feng, you have made a lot of suggestions. Now the secret sect is implementing them. Lei Xingfeng scratched his head and said, I just said it casually. Qi Meiyun said, You're so irresponsible. Lei Xingfeng said, Senior sister, I was just saying. You took it seriously and implemented it. I don't care if the results are good or not, haha. Qi Meiyun said, You're so cunning. In the secret sect, Qi Meiyun and Yin Yao had never been polite to Lei Xingfeng. When the two fought, Lei Xingfeng was involved, so he was accepted into the secret sect by Guqi. Therefore, the relationship between them had always been very good, and they spoke without restraint. Lei Xingfeng arranged the ores to be excavated and said, I plan to continue cultivating Lei Yin and strive to reach the level of 3 true ring bodies in a few years. Wu Yang said, Is it too soon? Guqi said, Are you confident? Thunderstorm said, You have to be careful. Don't force yourself. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, I know. I should succeed. Everything is under control. At this moment, he was full of confidence. Thunderstorm said, Okay. Lei Xingfeng asked someone to inform Fatty to prepare a delicious meal to reward himself. After eating happily, he returned to his room and slept for 3 days. Only then did he return to the original seal and continue cultivating. Whether a place was suitable for cultivation or not depended on the number of seals it generated. Lei Xingfeng had long known that the most suitable place for cultivation was the number of seals it generated. Moreover, they were very helpful to Lei Yin. This was the best place. This place was a suitable place for cultivation. Lei Xingfeng once again released his Lei Yin and took out the cleaned Lei Yin. He carefully inspected it and found that less than 1% of the original seals were retained. There were about 7,000 seals. The entire seal framework was still there, so the entire Lei Yin was empty. There were only a few important seal clusters. Lei Xingfeng nodded in satisfaction and began to use his 2 Lei Yin to connect with the Lei Yin in his hand. Since most of the seals on the Lei Yin in his hand had been removed, the entire Lei Yin had no resistance. Even if there were lightning-type phase inside, it would be useless. The difference in strength was too great. In an instant, countless lightning bolts were released from the 2 Lei Yin and struck the Lei Yin in his hand. Lei Xingfeng closed his eyes. He could already see the Lei Yin in his hand slowly forming the embryonic form of a seal. This was the seal formed by the Lei Xingfeng connecting with the Lei Yin. Only when this seal was formed could it connect with his 2 Lei Yin. In the past, he didn't understand, but now Lei Xingfeng was very clear. Lightning bolts struck the Lei Yin, forming the seal bit by bit. This process was very mysterious. Lei Xingfeng didn't know what the seal would look like. He could only watch it form bit by bit. It was very mysterious. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.